Welcome to the Mystic Realms. This campaign setting is based on Forgotten Realms, but with the slate wiped clean. Many locations, characters, themes, and events have been taken from or inspired by Forgotten Realms, but with a personalized twist and often different names. The focus is on the players becoming the Elminsters and Drists of these realms. For too long, the Mystic Realms hasn't had any content based on the Forest Kingdom of Cormyr. Rather than just adding my version of Cormyr to the world, this time the players have been charged with that responsibility. The Land of the Purple Dragon is a kingdom-building campaign where the players have been given the task to build what they want the Mystic Realms version of Cormyr to be.
Episode 8 Prologue. Blood drips off the old dwarf's axe once more. He stands firm amongst his guardsmen, while the last of the humans are incapacitated. A small woman, draped in black from head to toe, comments sweetly, "See, it's just as I said."
Loose and black, I know you and your reputation. Do you think I owe you something now?
Well, luckily for the lives of your guards who weren't caught unawares by an invisible strike force, yes, I do.
And how do I know you weren't the one who sent them?
Well, you don't. But the Inner-Sea Trading Company has branded me a criminal in as many nations as they could pay off. They've been after your gate hall for years. They're no allies of either of us.
Rowan considers her words for a moment. What do you want?
Just a bit of your time and expertise. And if you guys forgot where we were last session,
Oh, is this recap music?
I don't know, I played it during the games. I kind of like it.
This is what passes for dance
Fighting
music. This is what passes for dance music in Jeff's game.
Definitely not Bloodsport.
It's a little modern, I think.
I don't like Bloodsport.
Anyway, so you guys were dancing and having some games and some competitions, and we were kind of in the middle of things. And I guess if there are any questions anyone had, first we can handle those. Otherwise, I'll get right into it. Did anyone have any? Ed, you owe me something. You're muted.
I owe you something?
Yes, I messaged you and you were gonna make sure you finished something up. Or
Yeah, I'm actually. I was doing that right now until you interrupted me,
I did.
bud.
Okay.
It's cool.
What I would like to do when you're done with that is share it with everyone so they can plan their open card if they care to.
Okay.
I don't have to do this because I'm not there.
Let me see here. Yeah, I think it's good.
You like it?
I'm having.
Is
Yeah,
this
I think
actually
so.
from Bloodsport?
I think it is.
Yeah, it is. Last chance, Ed.
Jeff's from Bloodsport, and this is what he took away from it.
I guess this is my only concern. My concern isn't my
You have
satisfaction with it
questions.
so much as accuracy. So
If you have a question
can-
about someone
if
you don't
any-
know, you can ask me in private.
No, I'm mainly saying I changed some things, but there might be some errors. So proofread if you have doubles or if something doesn't make sense elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
But otherwise, I'm satisfied with the changes that I've made.
Sure. I'm gonna ignore the first two because those already happened. Yes,
Oh.
yes. Sure. Okay. I believe this works. So I'm going to share this document with all players in the game.
Eh.
There you go. So you can. It's not in a format that's specific to you, because that'll take time. But you can go through and look at what your stuff is.
What's a surprise?
There are probably massive amounts of spelling errors.
Which one is the Dark Archive?
What?
What?
Is that the Western J?
What?
I'm so confused.
The High-Tater
Which ones are we at the first open card bands?
You
Yeah.
are, which Ed, I believe, called a bolero? Is that right?
Yep, I think I said the Bolero.
Love it.
fancy as fuck.
I seriously spent a pretty good amount of time last session looking up the names of dances that would be applicable.
Alright.
I'm pretty sure Jeff just hit thesaurus.com and called it a day.
If he did that, I would be surprised. Is a hoe a type of dance?
Like a
maybe
hoedown?
if you're a high-tater, I guess.
Alright. Starting off, Sincere, you and John have requisitioned a Pabron who appeared to be up to no good, and you are currently outside of the main pavilion. John got kind of rough with him pretty quickly. John did not seem like he had any time to screw around.
I think there was talks of a barn and some steak.
Yeah, John will push him out there, and he'll like give the guy a shove and look at Sincere and say, "What's going on?"
One of our soldiers caught this man in the woods with some sort of device.
Device. Yeah, John will go to pat him down, and the guy will put his hands out. Whoa, whoa, whoa! John has none of it, and he pats him down and finds the device. Yeah, the guy sort of complains and bitches the whole time. But yeah, he'll grab it. It's like as I described before, it's a piece of crystal that seems to be set into metal, and yeah, he'll hold on to it, and John will look at you and shrug. What the hell is it?
I don't know. Who are you working for?
What? Working for? I work for myself. Lord, whatever you are.
And what is this device?
I was going to save it for a surprise, because I was going to root out some, well, enemy combatants who I can assure you are in there, and he'll point to the pavilion where everyone's having fun. Everyone except you guys.
Explain.
He'll say, it's a Sharon detector. Do you need me to explain what those words mean? I can. I might have to find a dictionary. Detector is kind of a self-explanatory term, but I can attempt to dumb it down for you.
And is it working for you?
Well, we've caught one or two along the road. Spies, infiltrators, the like.
And you are planning on doing this why? Or when? Or
Because, and he'll motion to the dance floor, they hide among us. Consider it a small presentation, my gift to all of you. Root out any traitors you might have in your midst. And then he'll sort of cock his head. Although if you don't want such traitors revealed, that might say more about you than it does me.
Yes, that's very smart of you. So why did you decide to do this? There was a few of you.
Sometimes it takes a cabal to root out evil. John just says, hey, do you have this under control?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, really? He'll give you the device.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to bail on you, but she's waiting.
Sure.
All right, yeah, John will leave.
So where are you from?
Harolden.
Who gave this to you?
Found it myself.
Where?
In a shop. Odds and ends. Used things. Things thought to be destroyed in this supposed sundering spell plague, other such shenanigans. I'll let you in on a truth if you didn't know. A lot of those things are actually still valuable. People just don't know how to make use of them like I do.
What was the name of the shop?
Tawdry odds and ends, something like that, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. And he's gonna walk away.
Hey, that's mine!
Let me borrow it for the evening. When do you leave?
Tomorrow.
You can come pick it up then.
You're gonna ruin the presentation. Alright, he complains a little more, but he doesn't try to physically stop you.
Yeah, since you're just gonna walk away.
Okay. I don't remember what I played for the Bolero. I think this.
I think this is right.
Yes.
Where it would be kind of like
Conan.
sneaky and calming at the same time.
So, open card dances. Now that everyone has their actual lists, you can maybe decide what you would like to do for the Bolero. We're gonna start with Birch. You are returning from putting the young lady to bed.
It is true, yes. If I arrive, is there a dance like in progress?
The Bolero is just starting. The time frame for all of these events is a little kind of everything happening at once. So
Plus, everybody has to
Yeah,
find their partners and such.
I will get myself a drink.
are you going to sit this one out, or are you going to ask someone to dance?
I am going to sit this one out.
Okay. Coelho.
Coelho will approach Phelan.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I could trouble you for another dance.
Isn't one enough?
Well, enough for whom?
There are many families that are still out here.
Hmm.
Should be catering to them all.
It is fairly clear to me that there are certain individuals and perhaps groups here who have an interest in seeing the two of us get along.
You're talking too much, and now it's going to get awkward. Let's go. She's going to grab
Right.
his arm.
All right. Yeah, I will dance about with you a little bit more.
Okay.
It's I think that you and I need to find a way to communicate.
She'll raise an eyebrow. I don't understand.
Well, we don't really communicate. We don't talk. You seldom end a conversation with me without some sort of abrupt accusation, admonition, or scolding, and then hastily make your exit.
Well, my role is the heir, and duty to our king and nation come before personal feelings. However, and although that does not change the potency of the poison that drips from your name when it rolls off my tongue, but first and foremost, I will assume my role. This is tolerable. However, my job does also come with my obligation to advise and inquire.
Advise and inquire.
She'll smile. How is Lady Gold Blossom?
I suppose she's doing well. She's somewhat recovered from the matter with the murders.
That's good, but that's not what I mean.
What do you mean?
No matter the spin, rumors do hold some truth. Is it true?
What do you mean?
Your status with the elf.
My status? She was a trusted companion of mine for some time, and I am now a peer
Play
of her
with
same
her.
station. All right, well, I think that perhaps we will need a second dance if you want for me to list all of
Yes or
my
no
conquests
is
for you.
fine.
Half measures are not something that I deal in.
She's gonna roll her eyes. So I'm assuming that's a yes.
I'll answer your question if you'll answer one of mine,
I asked first.
and I'll answer first. But you must agree.
Sure.
We have been familiar.
I had a feeling. Unfortunately, your execution of mentioned actions leave you quite obvious. Too long lingering stare often resonates a louder declaration.
Well.
Have you made this known to the king?
Why would I?
Why wouldn't you? You do understand this does create a bit of conflict, yes?
I can't imagine how.
Being of the same position and her previous history with you? Bloodline is one thing. Obligation to a lover is another matter.
Yeah, I think that it is another matter entirely and not germane to political affairs.
It could be a forcible air of complication should this come to fruition from a secretive state. You understand, yes?
Well, if rumors are allowed to be rumors, then we won't have a problem. It's when people of an equal or higher station start asking tough questions and demanding answers, sort of squint knowingly at you, that we will start to have a problem.
But a man who's not right with his family, who comes into such station, denounces his role, which understandable, give me that. I'm assuming these relations were previous to your decision on who the council was.
Of course.
Yes? That could raise more than just eyebrows. The unfortunate circumstance here is that perception is everything. We may capture hearts, but swaying minds from unwanted attention requires more finesse than just a silver tongue.
I think that my tongue can change quite a bit of faulty perception if needs arise.
Yes, tongues do change in flavor as well.
How worldly you sound.
Before your question, I'll at least offer a warning.
Yes?
You best take care of her. Devote yourself with your heart and mind and remain true. And not because her fruits are sweeter than your formers. I would detest to witness another woman's agonized laments that could have been prevented by your castration. But what is your question?
I think perhaps it is going to sound a little hollow and sarcastic now, but you must believe that I'm asking sincerely. How was your mother last you saw her?
Sad. Alone. Still full of heartache. You truly want to know.
I do.
Why even ask? Why would you care? You're moving on. Please.
It's a bit unfeeling to think that I don't care about anyone or anything.
It's not far from the truth.
Hmm. In light of new understanding, it is understandable that you don't feel much for my sympathy. But
Why feel what was never there to begin with? I don't know what it was like to have a father. Dietrin was one thing. He was a grandparent at best. Anything, Rutheni fulfilled that role more than you.
and I think he knows that he has my gratitude for that.
I'm
But
sure he does.
it's not in particular my place to thank him for anything. If, well, the two of you have your own lives and are your own people. I don't know what became of her when I left. I know from what you said that it hurt her greatly. But I mean to say I don't know what my father did with her or what sort of life she had in my absence. Did she remain forlorn all these years because she couldn't bear to be with another, or because she was kept from any other pursuits?
I don't know. I would see her in secret.
Ah, well, where did you see her? Was she put somewhere, or
She was in Medan. Still there. But out of arm's reach. Took a lot of ingenuity to be able to see her face.
I'm glad that you made the effort.
I have
It's something
Rothler to thank.
I suppose I do as well in that case. Well, I don't want to bother you too much. I wanted to ask. I wanted to speak to you again. I want for you to stop seeing any interaction with me as some sort of painful chore, but that may be too much to ask to happen in the snap of a finger. I'm sorry for the hurts I've done to you. I think that perhaps I never said that before when first we spoke, and I came to know the measure of your regard for me. I think I could try to persuade you that I haven't done everything purely out of selfish disregard for the love and family that I may have turned my back on, but the truth is I am aware of my failings, and well, I'm not going to make you any promises that I can't keep, but I think that you're a person of quality, and I would like to know you. I'd like to speak with you as at the very least, neutral interlocutor, but if you want to hear what I have to say, you can ask anytime. The only cost I might exact from you is a question or two in return.
I'm gonna step away for a while.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yep, I'll let you.
She'll curtsy and she'll take off.
Yeah, I'll go meander somewhere.
Marcos. Open card dance, brah.
I'm actually gonna stick to my guns on this one, but when we started doing the open card, I actually said that I was gonna spend the open card just continuing to chat. But
You were
I'm
gonna rumor monger with Annette?
Yes, but I'm not gonna rumor monger, and that's like my sole focus. I'm going to basically be watching what's happening around the room while I'm talking. I mean, like, telling stories isn't really something that requires that much of my attention. So I'll listen to what she says so that I can kind of mentally jot it down. But anytime I'm telling stories, I'm just looking around the room, looking for oddities and kind of observing what's going on.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's some stuff going on. I mean, you can notice, you don't hear like entire conversations or anything, but you can notice what you think you would from various PC interactions.
Yeah.
You will also notice like John come back from outside and ask his sister to dance. You'll notice Sincere eventually come back in with some guy like yelling at him. And you can kind of keep your eye out for other weird things that might be happening.
Very well. But I think I do remember mentioning that the reason I'm kind of letting her spill stuff is just so that I maybe have something to work on one day if I need it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can definitely sponge up all of the weird tales that she is going to tell you.
Sure.
Basically, she's not going to tell you anything related to Kanefaro or Shakath, but if you're ever looking for Heraldin-related rumors, you've got some stuff.
Sure. Has she been more or less pretty positive this whole time too about just talking about things?
Yes. Yes.
Like, this is exciting to her to do?
She likes this. This is not a new thing for Marcos. People find you exciting, and there are stories that are told about you.
Cool.
So
I like that.
Fascinating.
Okay. Ritheni.
I will put myself at Kira Dara's disposal for if she is trying to hook people up at all.
Oh.
Like what her opinion is for you to dance with?
Because you said she was matchmaking on the side, so I will.
It appears as though she's doing that. Yes.
I will make it apparent that I am waiting and available for a dance if she is trying to match people.
Yeah, she'll catch on pretty quickly and she'll give you a nod. And that one's actually very easy for me. I just need to.
Just like them high taters, right? Them high tater hoes.
I have two conflicting documents that I am referencing.
Because of Ed's changes?
That's the
Yeah.
important part.
Felicity's
Hey,
not
look,
on
the
your,
high tater
not on your
ladies-
dance, right? Right?
Felicity is not on my dance
Alright.
card.
Yeah, she will, you know, sort of draw your attention to her.
Okay. Then I will go over and ask her to dance.
Alright. Yeah, she'll smile and she'll say, of course. I can't claim I know any of the steps. Is that okay?
Of course, that is not a worry at all. I will try to go off to the side of the dance floor then and help teach her the dance
Okay.
as part of the dance.
Yeah. She'll smile and she actually seems like she appreciates that, and she'll say, this is nice. I actually wasn't even really sure I was gonna come.
Why not?
This really isn't, well, my scene, I guess. She'll motion to herself and she'll say, I haven't really worn a dress since I was a little girl.
Well, I can't say that I've worn a dress ever myself.
That's probably good. You might look dashing though.
Probably. Well, I would hope so. But let's, between us at least, hope we never have to find out.
Let's.
Where do you find yourself more comfortable then?
Well, know where we should go right now, but I like the outdoors. I like these woods a lot. They're quiet and at times not, and they are dangerous, but they're very alive. I like it a lot better than the city.
I find woods to be calming personally. I just hope the rain stays away a bit longer.
Wouldn't be half bad, no.
So are you one of the hunters?
I am. I maybe not as high standing as Wally, but my group brings back, I dare say, a better poundage than his. She'll grin.
Well, that's excellent. I'm not that great with a bow myself. I can use one, but I wouldn't place in the archery competition by any means.
Well, there's many talents I'm sure you have.
Yes, the talents that I've needed lately are not ones that I enjoy as much, though. Organization and paperwork and stuff like that are important to running a kingdom.
Well, and earlier, that whole event looked, well, trying. I think you handled it well, but still, that couldn't have been easy.
Jeff, which event is she referring to?
She's probably referring to when you swore your oath.
Ah. It was necessary. I make no secrets about my devotion. I think it will make all of us stronger, and I think it's important to share that with the people here. We have an opportunity to create something so unique here, and I'm hoping that religion can be a part of it, even if it's not necessarily my own.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Of course.
Does that, well, I don't know, does it seem awkward to you? I mean, we're dancing and everything seems fine, but you'd think a girl might find that a little intimidating, that you have such an important woman already in your life.
It's not that type of a personal relationship that I have.
Well,
It's similar to what a lord would swear to his lord in a fiefdom, what a noble would swear to a king. It's a relationship, but of a different type than what would be between a husband and wife or a man and a woman.
sure. I mean, that's clear, I'm just saying. She'll give you a sweet smile.
it wouldn't interfere with any duties or joys that I might have in my life otherwise.
Well, this is nice.
I'm glad you enjoy it. Maybe you can help organize another one of these sometime.
Oh, maybe. And yeah, can continue dancing with Felicity. Okay. And then Sincere, you are returning in with
Probably
enough time
busy.
to take part in the open card dance if you would like.
Boy. Sincere doesn't really know anyone else. Do I see anyone I know around?
Kiradara.
There are quite a few people around.
Oh, Kiradara, sure.
Are you just going to ask her?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to dance?
Yeah, she looks you see her kind of yeah, you can pick up that same thing that she may be at the tail end of like hooking up a number of other people, and then you can approach her. And
Sure.
she'll smile. Sure.
The song's almost over, so we should be fine.
Yeah, and she'll dance with you, and she'll say, "Well, I must say I like the new look."
So do I. I think everyone does.
What happened? I thought maybe you were just, you know.
My magic has a chance of running away with me, if you're familiar with sorcerers at all.
Oh.
I seem to have been on the lucky end of a curse. Unlucky end of a curse.
I see. Yes, I've actually got the messages from the sisters. They had been sending out warnings to all female spellcasters they could reach. Something about the dangers of spell scars and other things like that.
Oh,
It was
female.
all relatively ominous, but well, and she'll smile. It hasn't killed either of us.
Yeah. But it's changed me, so
That's too bad. Or maybe it isn't. I don't know what you were like before.
well, I was a wizard. And now I'm not. That's probably the biggest one.
It's hard when people expect you to be that, and you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's life, I guess.
So, are you enjoying your time here? I know we've kept you fairly busy.
I like busy. No, it's great. I love the people, and I'm safe here, and my family is, well, as safe as they can be. It's good. It's better than it's better than the compound.
Compound?
I was staying with a friend of my father's for a time. He's, well, if you've ever if your ears ever caught the tongue of an extremely boring man who speaks very slowly, times that by about 1,000, and that's your life.
Oh. Well, I guess it's I just hope you're at least happy with what's going on and the progress we're making.
It's nice. I'd be more involved, but she'll kind of shrug. I'm not here for the same reason the rest of you are, so I don't know. I think I might have the benefit of being your first foreigner.
Oh, well, I'm a foreigner too.
Yeah? Are you planning to go home someday?
I don't know. I'd like to visit, but if home is in the near future, I believe that travel is still quite difficult.
I hate to think what kind of risks those wizards took to get here so swiftly as they did.
Yeah. That's an interesting question.
What about you? How are you finding yourself?
Pretty good. I'm trying to find a place here. I think it's working out well enough, despite having a few setbacks on the way.
Well, of course, if you need anything, you know where I am. I
Sure.
do not mind helping with research, even if it's not entirely safe or maybe a little experimental. That's okay. You can always throw something together if you need.
Sincere's eyes gonna twinkle a little bit.
Let's try out this device, baby.
What a talk.
Sorry, if I seem distracted.
No, it's fine. I often think along the same direction, so I've been keeping my nose in those chaos orbs or whatever they are.
Yes, those seemed dangerous,
Yeah,
but interesting.
exactly.
I was going to send one of the rabbits in, but then I got hungry.
Can you guys hear me?
I don't
Yes.
Sure can. Good job, man.
Hey, I fixed it using
You defeated Shar.
Using perseverance.
good
Oh,
old
being a man.
fashioned
I don't know what fate I
Altherian
would have preferred.
Axelrace.
Come here, honey. Come here.
What did you say, Eva?
I said I don't know what fate the rabbit would have preferred.
Who cares? It's a rabbit.
Good answer.
Bunny.
But you're not a rabbit, are you?
And yeah, you can continue to dance with Caradar.
Sure.
Dramatic typing.
I'll have a typing montage.
Okay.
Try your best.
Montage.
I hope that's what you were asking for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And let's see here. Coelho, would you like to send us into the next dance?
Yes. Coelho will go to the front and announce a royal flourish.
All right. This is a very formal seeming dance. And okay, first off, Birch.
Hmm.
That's sweet.
Yes. Oh, geez. Great, I can look at it myself, can't I?
You sure can, sir.
Yeah, he'll look at his card and he'll say, "Oh," and then he'll look at the next one and he'll say, "Oh, brother. Okay, let's do this."
Why, brother?
He's gonna go up
You
to
mean
Chelsea,
Mm-hmm.
and he's gonna say, "This dance seems most appropriate for you. Would you like to join me?"
I'd be delighted.
He'll smile, and then while they're walking away, if he catches her father's eye, he'll smile at him too.
Yeah. There was also, yeah.
That's none of my business.
There was also someone. It looks like he was approaching, but he will. You will definitely catch his eye, and he will let it slide.
I will. I will say nothing.
Yeah, she'll dance with you. Her and Leslie are both very pretty.
Excellent. Are
And,
they good dancers?
She is. Well, Chelsea at least is. And
That's good to know.
she's not
Which is also
immediately
excellent.
all that talkative, though.
That's fine. Rich will. Yeah, I mean, he'll if there's any polite conversation to be had. If not, Rich will just enjoy the dance.
Okay. Yeah. After a while, she will maybe halfway through the dance. She'll ask you. So, are there any interesting things that Elthier has been producing?
Producing. Well, from what I understand, we
winners.
have some unusually large fishing to be done. Although most of my fishing personally is done a little bit utilitarian, but I've heard very good things. As it stands, I believe we have a very excellent brewer here who may be producing some fine ales and wines for us in the future.
Really? Well, Leslie has been unwilling to share her gift with me, so perhaps we
And
could
which gift would
revisit
that be?
She won a trinket that apparently gives her some sort of unlimited privileges.
I see.
And she'll say, I guess it's pretty difficult to farm anything in the forests, but still you must find some sort of interesting vegetables or something out here.
I believe that my one of the lords named Brutus, he's around, probably trouncing some young lady's feet. And he'll point to Brutus if he's on the dance floor, and then
Yeah, she'll chuckle.
and he'll say, he said that we have a wealth of delightful mushrooms in the area, and then he proceeded to make us a feast. I was surprised.
Mushrooms.
I've never been that much for fungus myself, but he made me a believer.
That's interesting. I have to wonder. She is going to go on for about a minute straight talking to you about vegetables. Maybe 2 minutes.
That is fine. Birch probably knows a lot about farming.
He probably does. Yeah. No, you can follow pretty easily as a ranger.
And a high tinker.
And after a while, she'll ask. So I have to ask. I don't know if this is gauche, but are the wolf woods really that dangerous? We were thinking maybe that's a tale that you've been spreading to scare the paper.
Oh man, I wish that I had thought of something so clever, but no. The wolf woods are, I believe they are dangerous by reputation. and people tend to be afraid of what they don't understand. There's a lot of mystery in the woods, and so people make up stories.
Well,
They're
you,
as dangerous as any large forest would be that's wedged between a nation of crazed elves and a nation of crazed Pabron. But
well, you seem no worse for wear. I'm sure you've never been attacked out here, right?
not attacks that I wasn't prepared for.
Oh, what does that mean? She'll kind of lean in.
I make it my business to be prepared for attacks. I spent a fair amount of time scouting for the military, and I'm also, well, in Mindralia that is, and I'm also, I guess as far as can be said, probably the most trained scout in the entire area.
Yeah, she gets a very clearly mischievous look on her face as she sort of starts to look around. Who here do you think would be the most likely to attack?
To attack? Well, aside from what I mentioned about Brutus, yeah, he'll sort of give a look around and see if anyone looks remotely shifty.
Yeah, you can make a perception check.
Awesome.
Then you
Can I
notice
get
that
advantage
dropping
because I
thing in
spent
your
the last dance sitting out and watching the dancing?
Yeah.
Awesome. This is the best day ever.
Turns out, I am the most likely to attack. You, yes.
It's me.
Yeah.
Okay.
With an 18, there's a shady looking motherfucker who's sitting literally brooding and staring at Sincere.
I'll say that young man at the table over there seems to have eyes for Sincere, but they don't seem to be the pleasant kind.
He looks like maybe he had something wrong to eat.
With the look he's giving Sincere, I wouldn't be surprised if Sincere gave it to him.
Yeah. She will laugh and continue to make small talk with you. It appears as though making up weird stories about various guests that she sees is a game that she likes to play.
Birch will gladly entertain her.
Alright. Coelho.
Aha! Here I am. Yeah, I will locate Kirdri and ask her if she would like to dance this flourish.
Certainly, Laura.
Let us away.
And yeah, she'll dance with you.
Mm-hmm.
She seems a bit distracted, maybe a bit severe.
I would hate to accidentally impugn your dancing. But is there something troubling you?
I'm sorry. No, we've just been so busy. I'm
Yes.
happy to provide the work that we're doing here. This is important to us, but I maybe don't find these sorts of things as relaxing as my partner does.
Oh, which partner do you mean? The one who's already seemed to have retired, or
The elf.
how kind of she finds this this sort of affair relaxing, or this sort of challenge that you've undertaken, or the two?
This sort of affair.
Well,
You're
I hate to put.
Lord Celisar, right, Quello?
Yes, I am.
I see. I've heard about quite a few political dealings in Shakath. I've been there a number of times.
If we are being completely frank, I have been absent there a good long time, and not to insist on gossip, but I should like to know if you've heard anything in particular.
Plenty. How long have you been gone?
Many years, about decade and a half.
Yeah, she gives you an inquisitive look. That sounds like it could possibly be a solid alibi.
It is as firm as granite, I assure you. What, I've heard some about some allegations.
Yes,
Which issue are you referring to?
your stepmother's trial. The Black Network is a serious accusation.
Very serious.
I also heard about Lord Chanton's untimely demise. It would seem now his son Lincoln has signed on with the Inner Sea Trading Company instead of the Celisars, due to the incident. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
I've got access to certain rumors, but I wouldn't give them much weight.
Good.
It seems to me that it's likelier that the Malian clan have drawn conclusions perhaps without looking for or heeding any evidence. Or perhaps they were welcoming an excuse to make a change.
My colleague has a history of pursuing those who are lovely and dangerous. I should hope the accused is merely one of those things. Or at least only dangerous when it's required.
Which associate do you mean?
Your own. She will nod to Phelan.
Oh, I meant which associate of yours do you mean? Pursuing...
Oh, the elf.
Alright, well, is it a hobby of hers or a duty of hers to pursue such people?
I call it an insanity. An asshole here, a literal creep here, a villain there. You know she once had a stint with the Ronser himself, yes?
I don't believe I did know that, but you mean some sort of vigilante?
She looks a bit off balance. I'm talking about her love life.
Alright, I meant to say...
I noticed her dancing with your brother. I simply wondered if maybe you might want to keep an eye on his character.
Ah. Keep an eye on his character? Well, he's unlikely to deceive. I wouldn't worry too much. About her. This may be a bit untoward, but in returning a bit to our previous somewhat distasteful subject, the Black Network, it's not something I've given a lot of thought. It's not something that I think polite people going about their business really put a lot of consideration into.
Sure.
It is something that I would genuinely like to, I don't know, I'm too far from it to really have much influence, but how... I don't know what sort of trial this even is. How could someone prove that she's associated with it, or prove that she's not?
Well, a witness would help, particularly if someone was arrested and was willing to give up a high-ranking name. It's a little less reliable now, but the art could be used to confirm veracity,
Give up a high-ranking name?
such as
What do you mean?
even a later son of a Silasar king.
Well, I have been long absent from that place. I would like to... She was always a very mild woman, never faulted me.
Hmm.
I would hate to see something bad happen to her, but... Well, there are certain lines of inquiry that I could make, but I have no reliable way of communicating across the sea. In your opinion, what would be the easiest way, if you look about, to get letters on their way toward the sea and perhaps eventually to Shakath? I doubt that that sort of communication would probably be anything longer than perhaps semi-annual, but it would be something that, with such a widespread company, this may be the last opportunity we have in some time to sow our seeds of thoughts and wishes into the world at large.
It depends on the importance. There's, of course, a risk these days.
Or, well, not that important.
There are...
I'm mainly thinking of who would be who would be sailing the furthest in that direction, or at least walking toward someplace where a letter might be sold into the hands of a capable traveler.
In the city, you can pay for the most expeditious delivery that one can sail. If you have the coin, you can make it happen.
That may have to be the way. No, I dare say it isn't anything of much pressing importance. More matters to settle my own concern about affairs.
Well, if it's pressing, let me know. My colleague and her ward will be staying for some time, I believe, but I'll be leaving tomorrow.
If I knew someone or suspected someone of having black network connections, what would I do about that? How could I use that to help?
They're actually not our top priority right now. There's so much chaos and so much horror in the world right now. They seem a bit mild in comparison. Some of them even are just like any other mercenaries, but so many of them are vile people. You would want to confirm your suspicions in any way you could.
Yeah.
And I would advise to handle it quietly and not bite off more than you can chew.
On an unrelated, completely tangential subject, my former master Ionsu, I was speaking with Amy, and she said something cryptic about him. Is he one of your kind?
Yes, he gets visibly uncomfortable. Not... Wow, she really shouldn't be speaking about such things. Not in the way... No, but yes.
May I share something unsettling with you?
If you must.
Well, I don't mean to put you ill at ease, but working with someone of that eminence for as long as I did, I perhaps ignored willfully some of his eccentricities. But on the last day we were in Heraldon before this expedition, he appeared to try to bite my daughter on the neck. Before I startled and I think offended him into making his leave.
Well,
Does
it's
that
good you did.
sound like?
He's, to us, untouchable unless we want to go against the wishes of the lady. It's good to be wary of that man.
It's good to be wary of him. Is there anything else to be done with him, for good or ill? Or would your counsel be distance above all?
Until we have something more to go on, we've been kind of guessing a lot after Midnight's death.
Well, I don't mean to put you under any additional stress. You've done us a very tremendous favor.
Like I said, handle your issues quietly and don't bite off more than you can chew.
I rather think I shall not be deviating from my original course of doing nothing with him or about him or for him, if it can be avoided. But, well, I won't bother you anymore about heavy subjects. But to say that I do appreciate your coming. I don't consider it. I wouldn't have considered it an unkindness if you had ignored my request entirely. But I do appreciate your well, I would hope it's an act of faith as much as charity that you've helped us now in the interest of supporting our progress.
I can't speak for my associates, but I'm here to make sure that the anomaly is taken care of. I mean no offense by that, but I meant it when I said this really isn't my sort of thing.
Well, and it's unfortunate in such times that sometimes we need to act largely to accomplish something perhaps not smaller but more discreet. But thanks all the same, and well,
Do you mind if I take a copy of your articles of independence and share them with the headmistress?
I would appreciate it.
She might be interested in a new player in the Mistwild.
Well, that is what we are.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, she will continue to dance with you somewhat stiffly and curtly.
It is a royal flourish. I mean, it's pretty hurt.
Shit, that's what I have to do. Let's see here. Let's see, royal flourish. Ah, okay. Phelan, you will be approached by a young man. He's about your age, maybe a tiny bit older. And he's wearing nice clothes. You haven't, I don't think you've met him yet. And he's maybe an inch shorter than you. He's looks very stiff. You don't need to make an insight check to tell that this boy is extremely nervous. But he will approach you and he will say, "Your Highness, may I have this dance?"
You're muted. Mm-hmm.
Whoopsie. Sorry. Probably pick me up anyway.
A little.
But yes, she's gonna do it.
Sure. And yeah, I guess you'll eventually recognize this as Ulrich Sunsight. Sunsight is one of the fiefs of Kanefaro.
Ah, they're the family that brought in that beastly horse, right?
They are, yes.
Got it. Okay.
And yes, he will dance with you. He's not a good dancer. He's very stiff. You can tell he's extremely nervous. You're not sure if he's ever been that close to a female before who wasn't his mother.
Balin's worst nightmare.
He doesn't say anything.
She'll probably try to edge him a little closer. It's okay to loosen up. It's a dance.
Right, of course. And he'll give a nervous smile. And he does not loosen up.
Where's his hands at?
They're very
10 and 2.
strategically placed in the least intimate places acceptable for the dance. So probably the middle of your waist and top of your shoulder.
Good for him.
A real gentleman.
Have you ever danced a flourish before?
We've done a lot of dancing back home. I mostly like to ride horses and go hunting. Do you like to hunt?
Yes, most certainly do, actually.
That's nice.
But my hunting style might different than others.
Style?
I wield a glaive.
How do you
Does that
hunt with a
bother
glaive?
you? And she might even try an intimidate check a little. Just
Yeah, you can.
Let's just do it for shits. Because she's gonna have fun with this. Oh, there it goes. It wasn't typing at first. That was a horrible intimidate.
Yeah. He'll his eyes will get a bit wide and he'll say, "How do you hunt with a glaive? Doesn't it just run away?"
Not if you wait for the right moment to strike.
He does not say anything.
Jesus.
She's kind of having fun with this, not gonna lie. But no, she'll reposition his hands in the correct way. If you're going to dance with a lady, you need to at least have the appropriate position.
Of course.
There's no need to be nervous. This is supposed to be fun.
I'm sorry if I've made you nervous.
She's just gonna say, I appreciate the apology. Everything's fine. And she's just gonna keep dancing with him.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's
it.
weird. And anyone watching you knows that this is not like actually going very well, but he'll dance with you.
Okay.
All right. Marcos?
Yeah, okay.
Fastest dance ever.
Marcos is probably not a fast dance. It's probably a slow, painful dance. Marcos will survey the crowd and look for Felicity. Sure, he'll notice that it's her, even though she's wearing a dress, and he'll walk on over and he'll put his hand out and he'll say, "Would you care to dance?"
She'll give you a sweet smile and she'll take your hand.
Sure. I will lead her out onto the dance floor.
Sure.
And yeah, I'll dance the steps. And I'll say, how was your last dance?
It was all right.
I haven't danced with the king yet myself, so I'm just curious if it's something I should ever be nervous about.
Depends on a lot of things, I suppose.
I'm just kidding.
It's, well, it was a little embarrassing. He, taught me how to dance.
I haven't seen you in a dress before.
I don't know that I have either. Not in a long time.
Where are you from, originally?
Well, Heraldon.
Yeah?
The big city. When my brother told me about what was happening, I insisted he'd bring me along. Get out of that place.
Did you do a lot of hunting in Heraldon?
No, hardly any. It's nicer out here.
I meant what I said earlier about us trying to make a space for you. You were a great shot, and I think you're very comfortable with that sort of thing.
Thanks. I don't want to undermine Wally or anything. He's a certain character, but you know, we're things are going well.
Well, what I mean is, I don't think we're going to undermine Wally either. He has his own talents. There's enough of this country to put people in different positions.
I don't know what you mean by that, I guess.
Well, he's an organizer and things like that. I can find something that he can do maybe closer to trade in the guild, and you can continue to do what you love to do.
Good. So, what kind of... Yeah, she kind of pauses. What kind of person is Ritheni? I don't really know him very well. I actually wasn't even going to be here, but she'll kind of motion. The doctor told me I should come?
Did he? Well, I mean, it suits you. I'll look at her dress.
Thanks.
I think it's not your taste then.
Guess I prefer leathers. Something a bit
Well,
more comfortable. Something
answer your
not
question.
so loud.
To answer your question, he seems pretty practical. He's been very fair. I think that he's going to do very well here.
Good. I just couldn't help but notice he has a lot of fine young women on his arm tonight. It's not really... Well, I don't know. I'm just a hunter.
Well, don't think I haven't noticed. But none of them seem to be as happy as you were at the time. Even if it was a little bit embarrassing.
She'll blush a little. Well, and don't sell yourself short. I think you've been doing a great job organizing everything, and we have communications set up with the nearby towns, and that's great.
Well, there's
Sent
more
the
where
first few letters, and look what's happened.
Sorry, I was a little bit of a ringer in the competition. I hope you understand that it went a long way to impress the market.
She'll give you a serious look. Go easy on me, and I won't forgive you.
May I roll a sense motive check on that?
Sure. Yeah, you get the impression she's
Jeff,
fairly competitive.
I'm so sorry. I'm getting
Yes.
a work call.
Okay.
Can you go to someone else?
Oh no.
I will.
There's a lot
that
going on
would
at work today, sorry
be
guys.
Ritheni.
I will approach Cassandra
Sure. She's seated.
and turn a leg and ask if I could have this dance.
Sure. She will accept graciously. Yeah. Cassandra is Damien's niece, just to review. She's a very attractive young woman. She seems to very much know the steps to the dance that you were doing. And she will dance pleasantly with you for a time.
How are you enjoying the festivities?
I'm enjoying myself quite well. Well, enjoying everyone, everything. It's all, it's surprising how local it all feels. It's nice.
Do you act as a representative or ambassador for your kingdom very often in this way?
No, not terribly often. I actually relished the chance to go on a bit of adventure. I've heard things about the Wolfwoods.
Hopefully nothing untoward has happened while you've been here.
No, no, of course not. All bluster. After the war ended, we lost the forces of Bane, except for the remnants. But then Poe appeared. It's worrisome.
Yes, I agree with you on that, but I think we're in the place we need to be.
Well, I guess one might think that, well, either of the two kingdoms that seem very well represented here might view this as one more stop before it's them. Not to be blunt or mean.
Oh no, I fully understand what you're getting at, and I'm hoping that we can be more than just a stop on that way. I know right now it seems a bit rustic here, but that will change. You've built a lot for such a short amount of time, and that will continue.
Well, that's good. And I'm to understand Elthir has no patience for followers of the Lady of Laws.
No, or similar beings.
I see.
I wanted to make that a fairly firm stance.
Sorry, I have to apologize once more for my uncle. He's a bit particular at times. Really, he's actually just kind of a good man. Tries not to overcommit. I'm sure if he were to meet a person such as yourself in the flesh, it'd be hard not to. So I'll give you a smile.
Well, I hope that one day we'll have a chance to meet then.
Of course. And yeah.
I will. Yeah, I'll do the rest with pleasant chatter, but not really anything important unless she brings it up.
She won't. And then Sincere.
Yeah, do I know who Persephone is?
You've seen her around. You don't know her very well.
I got a tote bag with her.
I can pick her out though, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, oh, certainly. Yeah, you can recognize her.
Yeah. Would you care for a dance?
I'd love to, my lord. And she will dance with you. Persephone is a lovely woman in her mid-20s. And she's wearing not an amazing dress, but it seems like whatever they could put together basically for the dance and the time they had.
So I've seen you around. You're Persephone Thin Crown?
I am. Naki's cousin.
Ah,
And you are Lord Fendrick.
yes. So, did you come with the entire Thin Crown clan? I assume you have. Do I know? Actually, do I know if she's been here
You
our entire?
think so?
Okay.
You think you recognize her?
Okay. I guess you'd start with something else then.
Sure.
Have you found yourself enjoying our activities that we've had?
They're nice. It's nice to get a break from the day-to-day. This has been good, especially after everyone was cured, but it's still a lot of work.
Were you one of the afflicted?
No, thankfully not.
Well, I apologize for all the trouble that we've put you and everyone else in because of that.
Well, I think everyone knew that these woods were dangerous when we left. Speaking of which, I was curious. I've noticed that you and the king and other lords have taken your leave from time to time to do a bit of scouting.
Yep.
What other dangers have you found in the Wolfwoods?
Not too many dangers particularly. I can't really think of much off the top of my head. Large animals.
Which
But-
animals?
Boy, I don't know. Dire wolves, but I think you were there for that.
They were big. Is that what they're called?
Yep. Just a larger breed of wolf.
Yeah. Ebo, she will start basically flirting with you and trying to get you to tell her stories about dangerous and courageous things that have happened that she doesn't know anything about.
Sure. He will make things up.
You can roll a deception check if you'd like to make things up.
Sure. Let's see.
More typing and stuff.
You said deception?
Yeah.
Secret. Nice.
Playful seat. Wow. God damn, man.
Okay.
Sweet.
This is Persephone, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Persephone seems very impressed. You can gather that she seems pleasantly surprised by this this dance, and you can gather that she seems quite enamored by you.
Did you lie about your cock size?
Lie about it.
And I guess if there's anyone who's not dancing or otherwise just paying attention, you will notice that she is starting to flirt very overtly with Sincere as he goes on and regales his tales of bravery and danger.
Yeah, I guess.
Way to go.
he's not gonna lie in such a way. He just doesn't want to tell her what he's been doing, though he's going to try to leave important things out.
Yeah, the Man of Mystery card really doesn't hurt, and she seems into it.
So
She like you.
yeah, I guess he'll flirt back.
Awesome.
Then.
All right. Moving right along. All right. After that
Jeff?
really, what?
Not
may,
yet.
may I have my dance?
Oh, yes.
You gotta go back.
You're back.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
Work as a dick, kinda.
It's all good.
Yeah, having jobs isn't cool.
I mean, we can keep this song up if you want.
No.
Sure.
I actually
Keep
rolled
Bloodsport
you
up.
an insight, and then my phone rang.
All right. I do not remember what you were inciting.
Because she said something about go easy on me and I won't
Oh.
something or other.
Yes. Yeah. Even with a 12, you can gather that this is a very competitive person.
Okay. What is... I don't get... Okay.
She doesn't want you to go easy on her. She wants to be treated as a competitor.
Oh, I see.
Don't treat her daintily.
So shoot her right now.
Gross.
No, yeah, sure.
Rogue.
Like, I'm trying to put it all into context, is the reason I didn't understand. Yeah, no, he would say, oh, I wouldn't dare go easy. I'm saying you've been earning your position.
Oh, that. I guess I'm a bit focused. Thank you.
No, oh, you know what? Jeff, I'm sorry, but I just now realized why she said that. Because she's competing with the other girls. Okay, it was... Sorry, I'm just now taking it into context. Again. Fuck, man. I hate coming back into this halfway. No, I don't know, whatever. Just let it...
We're all good,
The whole,
man.
whole
It's all
thing is
good.
over. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my pacing. No, instead, I would have said, oh, I think you're doing just fine against all of that competition.
Well, I suppose.
But I guess you would be one of the ones that would prefer to be hunted rather than be the
Yeah.
hunter all the time.
She'll kind of cock her head a bit at that. Well, I suppose hunting is my work life. I didn't mix that too much with my personal life.
I see. Well, he's been putting out the vibe. Was that not enough?
Excuse me?
Did you not notice?
I danced with him. I'm not going to bed him tonight, if that's what you're saying.
No, why would I say that? I'm just saying,
What are you saying?
it's working out. Whatever you are trying to do.
My mother told me that what will be, you know, be yourself and... He's a king, whatever, but if it doesn't work out, there'll be someone else. And then they'll be worth it.
Sounds like a wise mother.
She'll smile.
I won't keep that dance going for very long. I feel like the whole thing turned into a nightmare when I had no idea where I was in the conversation.
Like he had this memory lapse. It's like, whoa. And work as a dick.
Well, it's like I was like torn between, do we just keep the awkwardness even though that wouldn't make any sense, or because it already happened, or am I able to turn this back around?
It makes enough sense because she is pretty awkward. And more of a hunter than a socialite. Alright. at the end of that excessively awkward dance with Fei Lin, you are approached by a little boy. You do not know this person at all. But he looks like he's maybe 9 years old. And yeah, he's gonna approach you, and the other Ulrich who you were dancing with will very politely dismiss himself because he thinks he should, probably because there's another person standing somewhere near him. And yeah, the little boy will say to you, care to dance, lady?
Does he look like anybody?
No, you've never seen him before, ever.
Hmm.
If you want to try to determine relation, you could try to make a history check, intelligence history.
Sure. Oh, this is not going to be pretty.
Yeah, you're not certain.
No idea. Yeah, she'll politely smile and lean over and take his hand. Yes, let's do so.
Yeah, he'll dance with you for a little while, and he'll say, "I'm Bryce."
That's a lovely name, Bryce.
Thank you. Oh my God! And he'll put a hand over his mouth.
What's the matter?
He's like looking above your eyes. Oh my God! That looks like that's gonna fall out. Oh, lady, come here. And he's gonna start dragging you towards some chairs and a table.
Okay.
There's another little boy sitting there. This one you do recognize. This is a Jansen kid, maybe about 10 years old.
Can I roll insight?
Yeah.
I'm not a kid.
Yeah, you can.
Gosh.
I mean, you don't need more than a 12 to sort of, out of the corner of your eye before he turns you around, catch the kid, sort of like, come here, you know, making a gesture, like, hurry it along.
Yeah, Phelan's going to say, "Oh, what's in my hair is nothing. Come."
Bryce will say, "No, that's pretty serious. If you want to impress the men and the boys tonight, you better let us fix this for you."
Ah, that's what I have a lady for. It's quite all right. And she'll just pull her hair out of her thing and just be like, "This is a dance. It's supposed to be fun." She'll try to spin him around in some like goofy manner, like that's kind of dance-like.
Yeah, he'll let you spin him around, and he sort of exchanges a glance with his friend. Okay.
Then a low whisper she'll lean. "Who's your friends?"
It's Quint, and I met him here.
"What's he doing over there? He looks busy. Like he was trying to wave something on."
He'll kind of like sulk a little. Well, we were gonna try and get your pen.
"My pin? I don't have a pin, though."
Oh, we thought it was in your hair.
No, unfortunately, I don't have a pin.
No.
Princess was not allowed to carry such favors. But I can give you another favor.
Yeah, he'll cock his head.
She'll pull one of the ribbons from her wrist and tie it around his arm and give it a little kiss.
Thank you. He still seems disappointed.
Was that not enough?
We already have one of these.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
How did you get one of those?
She didn't notice.
Who's she?
He looks a bit sulky again, and he'll nod to Victoria Kanemoon.
Ah, it was Bruce's.
You can make a perception check.
Perception. 15.
Yeah, with 15 you'll notice she is definitely missing an earring.
An earring. Hmm. Where did you get the earring?
I'm gonna show. She wasn't looking. He'll grin.
Might I have that back?
Can I keep this?
You can keep the ribbon if you give me the earring.
Yeah, he'll give you the earring. Yeah, you hear Quentin sort of say, "No, no, don't," kind of from the sidelines.
She'll whisper. Should we try to do something to your friend over there? Should we get him back a little?
All right.
What do you think is a good idea?
Well, I think it would be really tricky. Because this was his idea for us to steal the pin from you. I mean, ask for the pin from you. It would really be a one-over on him if we were to surprise him by having your father give him his pin instead.
Oh, okay. I don't believe he has his pin anymore. Who does still have their pins? Does she know?
I do not know.
Oh, shoot.
Does anyone here still have their pin?
I think so. I don't explicitly
Okay, did I
recall
give mine
giving
away
it.
last session? I think I did.
I'm pretty sure Quello was one of the ones who still had not given out his pin, like fairly explicitly stated the last session.
I
Yeah, I
didn't.
thought I gave mine to. I don't remember.
I don't know.
Did I give it to one of the sweetmeats?
Sincere,
Oh,
I
Jesus.
believe, still has his pin. I'll lean over and I'll say, that gentleman there might have it.
Well, you know him better than I do, and he'll like try and drag you over to Sincere as Sincere is finishing up his dance.
Okay. She'll walk over, probably hand in hand with the 9-year-old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you will be approached by Phelan and a 9-year-old, Evo.
Why, hello.
Lord Fendrick. I
Hello.
believe we have a young sir by the name of Bryce, who is quite interested in finding a pin.
But I didn't know where to look. And he kinda
Sure.
gives you some eyes.
Oh, that's too bad. There are many lords that have given them out.
Yeah, he gives Phelan a look like, really?
They might have. Unfortunately, I have no control. I thought he still had his.
Did you do everything else on your list?
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
He even has a favor from me. She'll show the ribbon on his arm.
Can you prove it to me?
We wanted to prove it at the ceremony.
Oh. Okay. Are you looking for a pin?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. Jeff, do I know of anyone else who has their pin?
If one of the players does, you do.
Phelan's going to excuse herself, but also mention to Bryce and just say,
Clever.
he is the spy master. Be careful with this one.
Yeah,
She'll
Sincere.
wander off and find, gosh, what's her name? Whose earring it was? I'm sorry.
Oh, Victoria.
Yeah, she will find her way over to Victoria, but Sincere obviously finishes part here.
Sure.
Sincere's gonna say that man over there has one and point at Birch.
Yeah, he'll look back at you. He doesn't seem too tough.
He's much tougher than I am.
Oh. We should go talk to him.
I can't help you in your quest. I am strictly.
Ah, you're the
forbidden.
worst! And he's gonna go find Birch.
Yeah, Birch will say, "Hello, little man.
Little.
He'll kind of arch his back a little. Hello, Lord Hightater. I'm Birch.
Birch is fine. There you go.
See?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do see.
He'll kind of eye to you. No, I'm Bryce.
I'm aware.
Well, Sincere seemed to think that you still have a pin of a lord.
Jeff, did I? I don't remember if I gave up my pin during the last thing. I thought I said I did, but I don't remember to who.
I thought you gave it away right
I thought you gave it to your singing partner.
That's who. Yep, I gave it to one of the I think it was Leslie Sweetmeats because she sang with me.
Mm.
I'll say, are you looking for a pin from a lord or a token from a knight?
He gets kind of a disgusted look on his face. We have the token.
Oh god, what did you do for that thing?
I'm gonna say, whose token?
This is really important. Do you know anyone who still has a pin? Maybe you can help us get it.
Pins. Maybe Coelho.
Passing the buck. I love this.
I'll look around. I'll say, him. I'll point at Coelho.
He will try to grab your hand and take you to Quello.
I'll say, I have a better idea. I'm going to, against my better judgment, I'm going to say, bring him this, and I'm going to hand him a glass of wine and say, he'll give you his pin for that, I'm sure of it. But you can't drink any of it. Well, no.
I know what it is.
Good.
Alright, yeah, Bryce will go find Coelho.
All right.
He'll say, wine for you, Lord.
Yes, I will. Take it and say.
He holds onto it as you try to take it.
I'll draw my hand back.
For the small price of 1 pin.
Do I recognize him?
No, you've never seen this kid before. You could make that same history check.
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna give it to him. I'm just gonna sort of look a little puzzled at the wine cup and then be like, aha, and I'll take the pin and I'll give it to him.
Okay.
Booze wins.
Awesome.
Nice.
After he gives him the pin, I'm going to try to make eye contact with Coelho and hold up my own cup of wine.
Wait, yes, I'll hold it up.
Excellent.
That's great.
It's not like I wasn't going to give it to somebody who asked me for it. And I will, yes, drink copiously of the wines of my triumph.
Yeah, before the next dance, unbeknownst to your own schedule, your guests will sort of take over.
What?
And,
Yep, they start dancing amongst themselves.
no. Anton Bryas, who's Annette's father, he will stand up and sort of ding a glass or pound a table or whatever is culturally appropriate.
I like how?
What, Ray?
Nothing.
And yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Brittany, you're going to return Victoria's earring to her.
Yeah, that doesn't have to be any massive exchange, though.
She is. She literally did not even realize that it had been taken. But she will thank you and exchange pleasantries with you.
Yeah, that's fine. So busy.
Yes. Anton will stand up and with his daughter Annette, and then he will say, "I'm sure I can speak for everyone that before this night goes on past the point where many of us remember too much of what's been happening," and he'll sort of smile around like he's sort of fishing for chuckles, which he'll get a few of.
Yep, I'll chuckle.
And he will motion to some people who will grab a small item that has basically like a velvet sheet over it. He's like, we would like to present His Majesty with a small token of our appreciation for being invited to this wonderful affair.
I will nod and move into a closer spot so people can see me and him.
Yeah, it looks like it is two people who are carrying this over to what would be your table.
Sure. Then I would stand and like move to the front of the table so it'd be easier.
Okay. And yeah, they will place it down and take the velvet off, and he'll say, "This is a bronze statue we had made for this occasion. I hope it's to your liking." And as you look at it, it's actually pretty well crafted, and it's very clearly a bronze statue of Don Trow.
Excellent.
Hey.
Jeff, do I recognize the craftsmanship at all or anything like that?
Probably not specifically, no.
An excellent likeness, or so I would have heard.
Yeah, Anton will smile, and Annette will curtsy to you.
Is it possible to tell if this looks like a newly made item or like an antique?
It's very well polished. If it is an antique, it's well maintained.
Okay.
Jeff, if it seems appropriate, I would like to start a light applause.
Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, I will smatter right on into that smattering.
Mm-hmm.
As the applause dies down, Thea will stand up, and she'll say, "The sun sights as well," and she will motion Bryce and God, get all the names mixed up.
Ulrich?
Yes, she will motion her sons Ulrich and Bryce to her, and she'll say, "The Sunsights as well would like to welcome Althea to the Mist Wild. We have all heard stories," and she kind of pauses and looks around, "about the valiant sacrifice made early on in your journeys. And while the one known as Clark may truly never be replaced,
Oh my god.
we will be leaving you with Sunsight Destrier Apollo."
Yeah, get a horse.
That is a truly kingly gift. We of Althea are glad to accept and glad to take our place among so many like-minded sister realms.
Yes, and she will give you a curtsy and motion her nervous and very young son to bow.
I will return the bow to the sun.
I will start another light applause.
Awesome.
Hey, don't we have an official like starting the cheer guy in this kingdom?
Yeah, I don't know if he was invited to the dance though.
Oh,
I think honestly that's
We haven't figured out who he is.
part of Sincere's job to make sure that there's a guy in the crowd to start the applause.
It's just been sincere the whole time, and he's been messaging me.
That's what mage hand is
As the
for.
applause
He needs to go sound
dies
the
down,
entire
Cassandra, whom you danced with earlier, will stand and motion her retinue, and she'll say, "Well, I must apologize once more for everyone's sake." And there's some chuckles just at that. That my uncle was unable to attend. He did wish to send with a case, which will be delivered on the morrow, but for tonight. And one of them will hand her a bottle. This is his all-time favorite drink, which I insist you partake in tonight of this one, which she will hand to Rithini. She'll say this is Acrian Demon Child Red.
Assuming that's like a wine.
Yes. In this world, all of the years have names. Demon Child is... A Year of the Demon Child is over 100 years ago.
Oh, wow. That's some good stuff.
This is a fine gift to receive, and hopefully in another 100 years we will have similar presses from our own to share back in return.
Yeah, she will smile and give you a curtsy, and yeah, they will walk off. Coincidentally, year of the demon child just happens to be the year Relinor was born. Vincent will stand up next. Vincent stands there, and he has kind of a grave look on his face. This looks like a very serious man for his age. He's maybe 22, but he looks like he's maybe seen some shit. It's kind of the impression you get from Vincent. As the good lady mentioned before me, in a similar way, my father, Walter, apologizes that he could not make it. And I know that our king can be slow to make friends, but we're rooting for you. And he'll smile, and that'll get a few chuckles.
Just smile directly at him.
Yeah, this is a special gift, one we never thought we would have a reason to give, and I'm glad we do. And it requires a bit of a story. Years ago, during the campaign against Bane, we were intercepted by a force and caught between, on the north end of Heraldon, caught between these woods and the Stonelands. We were forced to retreat. We chose the Wolf Woods, and I have to, well, admit that it was terrifying and scary, but better than the forces that had routed us. Our journey there, and by the guidance of the loyal Fury, led my father to this blade, and he will, from behind the table, hold in both hands a massive sword that is sheathed. And he'll say, it is this blade's light that we found right here in your home, and its knowledge that showed us the way home, past the forces, and saved many lives. While the spell plague seems to strip it of much of its power, we'd still like to return it to its rightful home, now that it finally has one. And he will present the blade to Retheni, and he'll, with, I guess, both hands out, and he'll say, I would like to present you with Enzravar, the Blade of Memory.
Jeff, have I heard of this at all?
Maybe. You can tell from looking at it, anyone, that this is clearly an elven greatsword.
Oof. Nice.
This is a very fine gift as well. To return a piece of heritage to the land and to let it bridge into the future is part of what this entire endeavor is about.
I hope its light is able to guide you in any way that is required of this nation, as it has us.
I will bow to him.
And he will bow to you. Victoria is with him, but she will curtsy. And yeah, after that, Celine and Bruce will stand up, and Bruce will say, "Let's hear it for King Retheni. What a party, huh?" And he starts kind of working the crowd. It seems as though he just can't resist, and people kind of cheer and cajole. And Bruce will walk forward with a smaller item that's wrapped in cloth, and he'll say, I'm a man who's met and worked with many people over the years, and one such wonderful individual ended up owing me quite a debt. And it's through his contact this may be known to some of you, was able to get him to have 5 of these items created. These are the only 5 that exist, and I have it on good authority, the only 5 that will and can ever exist. I must admit I brought it just in case, but this He nods very severely. This is something that is worth supporting, and this is something that is good in this world. And he will hand it to you still wrapped. Rithini.
Yeah, I'll take it with a nod and unwrap it.
Yeah, as you unwrap it, it is not pretty or elegant, but it's definitely a shield, and it's of a kind of really disgusting orange color, but it looks like the craftsmanship has made it so instead of trying to make it look nice, it's kind of built off of that disgusting, gross color and tried to make it look scary and imposing, and it's actually kind of a terrifying looking shield. And he'll say, this is one of the only 5 elder shields forged by the back of the beast itself. Or from, sorry.
Do I know what he's talking about, Jeff?
You do, yeah.
Huh.
Amazing. That is a storied shield indeed.
He'll cock his head. My friend owed me quite a bit of money.
Yes.
Well, thank you for your support of this realm and for myself and
You did.
the shields that you present to us.
Yeah, he will work the crowd a little bit more. And then someone who none of you have met yet will stand up. She does not stand very tall. She is indeed a halfling. And she looks a bit embarrassed. And she will say, well, those are hard acts to follow. And the crowd will laugh. But nonetheless, the Sunrises would definitely like to show their support. And if you find yourselves in Heraldon, we'd be more than willing to put you up for a night. She brings over a smaller package. This is just a small token of our appreciation, but I can tell you from what I've seen here, we would love to form an establishment in this area if ever it becomes relevant. And yeah, with a clattering of clink, she will set a package down on the table near you.
Is it like wrapped up?
Not tightly.
Yeah, I'll unwrap it.
Yeah, there is a set of what look to be 18 shot glasses, and they all look to have a halfling's face etched in them.
Oh, what a lovely gift.
Excellent.
Rowan said that once, I think.
Are they halfling-sized shot glasses, or are they human-sized shot glasses?
Normal-sized shot glasses.
Oh man.
Excellent. We have need of such things in this land, and you might say it's only a token, but the token between nations is what builds alliances.
She looks a bit embarrassed. Thank you, Majesty.
I'll give her a bow.
Yeah, and you'll hear as there's a little bit of light applause, you'll hear a voice that is very loud that you've all grown to recognize say, "No, Gwendolyn, he appreciated the gift." And she will kind of nod in deference to Harold, who will approach. Harold Sweetmeat will approach with his daughters. And Harold is holding a what looks to be, sized to him, a pretty large tome. And he'll say, we appreciate the hospitality. This has proven to be a wonderful place, and I'm sure it's a front for all kinds of interesting new flavors and tastes. And, well, you get the idea. This is a book we'd like to present to you. Your Majesty, if you don't mind, I'd like to present this to the most appropriate person on your council.
Of course, please do so.
Lord Seastride, stand up.
Yeah, I'll stand up.
Yeah, and he will present you with
Put a drink down.
with a book.
Sure.
And he'll say, this is a standard sweetmeat cookbook. However, this one is special. You'll notice 3 pages have been added in the back. detailing recipes for the sweetmeat chocolate apple turnover and the sweetmeat wiener roast. And there are a lot of sort of like gasps coming from like a number of people in the crowd from Harolden when he says those two things.
Also from Birch. But Birch is gonna. Birch just starts out more sarcastic and then goes into like like he tries to pass it off like he was really surprised.
Sure. I opened the book when he said that, and when he finishes his spiel, I will kind of shut the book quickly and say, I imagine they are delightful. Thank you very much.
Harold will get a raucous cheer, as Harold always does and is used to getting. Finally, the last visitor who will stand up is the dark-skinned, elegant elf Lateshna. And she will say, I thank you for your hospitality as well. To speak for just a moment, if I may. The headmistress urges everyone to remain cautiously optimistic in these times of recovery. The arcane arts are returning to us, but knowledge is the weapon we must use against their new perils. After hearing of what an incredible people this is, and what a virtuous leader your king and his advisors are, the headmistress has agreed to donate a library of arcane lore to Elthir. While the Wolfwoods are truly a place of unstudied mysteries, it should at least serve you as a place to start.
Thank you for the generous gifts. Knowledge is something that we are striving to get more of in this land, and I'm sure that it will serve us well.
I will applaud heartily.
I'll bow to her as well.
I'll clap.
Something. Good name.
And then moving right along,
Dude.
there will be no diversion from Tricky Cliff. And
Tricky Cliff.
What?
Who's Tricky Cliff?
nothing.
This is like you wake up
Oh,
and
is
none
that
of your
guy that
possessions are
goes
stolen.
and, like, puts on the barn?
The spy master is already doing his job or ruining someone's night. One of the two.
Yeah, they're usually both the same thing.
Oh my god.
By the way, did anybody actually hear what the recipes were? Because I didn't catch them.
Wiener roast.
Chocolate apple
Sweet-
turnover and the wiener roast.
Wiener roast?
I have them. They are
Chicken pie. Something
okay,
Actually have a
the
recipe
sweetmeat
for this.
chocolate apple turnover and the sweetmeat wiener roast.
Brit pays attention.
nice.
Oh, no, I just didn't hear it. But I heard something about people were like, yeah, they were all gasping like it was something really cool, and I didn't know.
They should have an annual Wiener Festival
Yeah. Wiener Fest.
to make prepubescent boys giggle one day a year.
Get your wieners.
So,
Put them in your mouth. Dirt the
Say
bush.
wiener.
yeah, as people are kind of gathering, Retheni, you will notice that there are a few groups who seem to have been gathering with various esoteric items that they're carrying with them.
I'll be right back.
What do you mean?
Are you going to tend to that now or later?
Scavenger hunt.
Now is a good time for that.
Or the high tater ho.
I'll signal the musicians to do something kind of just quiet in the background to continue with this,
Sure.
and say, while we have a moment respite between dances, perhaps now is time for another form of presentation. I believe there were some flyers that were passed about, and the rumor has it that some people believe they found everything on the list.
When you say that, you will notice two of the three groups get visibly nervous.
If anyone thinks they have succeeded in this hunt, step forward now.
Hey Jeff,
Mm-hmm.
can Sincere very visibly put on a pin on his pocket?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a Leslie Sweetmeat and a merchant are standing there, and as the groups start to commune amongst themselves, the merchant will say, I guess we only got 4 out of 5, and he'll kind of shrug. And Leslie will say, I never found a valiant knight. There is her father Harold seems to have teamed up with young Percy, Percival Ravenseye. He's what's his face's son,
Bert's.
Bartholomew. Yep. And Percival gives Brutus a dirty look, and Percival will say, "Yeah, we weren't able to find one either."
I'll give Brutus a dirty look too.
Yeah, Brutus he kind of like looks up from he was eating at the time.
Like food hanging out of his mouth.
And he just kind of like looks around and shrugs. And then 2 young boys will stand up on a nearby table. One of them, some of you recognize as Bryce, and the other one's Quentin. Bryce is a Sunsight kid. Quentin is a kid from home, Jansen boy. However, they look like they've been best of friends for their whole lives. And standing up on the tables, Bryce will say, gather around, everyone. We have some things to present."
Oh, jeez.
Oh boy.
And Quentin's sort of saying, come on, you heard him. And yes, Bryce will give a exaggerated bow to Ritheni.
I'll nod back.
And he will say, first of all, he'll say, I have a lady's favor, and he will hold up the purple ribbon.
I'll glance at Phelan.
She'll nod in approval.
He will give a flourish to her.
She'll curtsy to him.
He'll say, well, second of all, Quentin. Quentin will say, now I'm sure you've all heard about the unwanted visitor we had earlier. And so we just wanted to make sure to let everyone know what we think about that. And Quentin will, with a grin on his face, hold up an insultingly comically drawn symbol of Shar, except the black part in the middle has been just like messily painted over with white.
Nice. Real mature.
The adults are just staying as silent as they can at that.
Blasphemy is pretty funny.
No,
Yeah.
I'll clap and laugh.
Yeah, Ritheni would
Okay.
I wanna break
raise an
the tension.
eyebrow and then kind of give a chuckle.
Yeah, once there's any bit of levity from you guys, everyone will start laughing, and the kids just look like they kind of eat it up. And then Quentin will present a letter of the law. He's going to hold up a sheet of paper. It's conspicuously ripped from the top middle of it on up. Coelho, this looks oddly like a posting of the law that you maybe nailed the other week.
Don't skin off my nose.
And he'll say, I mean, it's real. You can look at it if you want. And then Bryce will hold up a pin, and he'll say, this is from Lord Coelho Celisar.
I will nod, half bowed in acknowledgement.
Yeah, and they both sort of look expectantly at Ritheni.
Do you have a symbol of the country's colors? Jeff? Did they didn't have the night? They didn't.
Isn't the purple and white the country's colors?
No, sorry. I thought you. Sorry, Jeff. They didn't have the token of a valiant knight, right?
Correct. Yes.
You seem to be one item short still.
They kind of like exchange glances, and Quentin goes, ugh. And they're gonna both reach underneath the table they're standing on and pull up a sack, which they'll start unfurling. And You see
Oh my
Bryce starts pulling up a rather large pair of trousers. And you can kind of see people looking around. It's very clear to you that most of the people here do not get it at all. And until eventually Brutus, sitting in the corner eating, just says, "That's where those went." And Quentin will say, "Your Majesty, you can come and inspect their veracity yourself a bit closer if you'd like."
Ugh.
Far be it from me to question the honor of such aspirants as yourself.
They'll both grin.
Your
But
Majesty, I believe someone has earned their pants tonight.
But to be fair, bringing the all of the parts of the scavenger hunt is only the first part of the hunt. There's one last part that must be completed before your rightful prize is yours.
They both kind of exchange glances.
You must answer the following correctly. They do prepare a needed brew, fermented to perfection true. Though managers of coin and gains, their scions hardly won the sword disdains. Upon brow rests a slender band, hunters workers for this land, heralds of the kingdom's word, i.e., that is, their knacks assured. Untarnished in name, deed, or open hearth, their blades in battle prove their worth. Stalwart leader as acts as country's ward, though these sodden woods we've explored. Allied nobles crossed the far-flung seas, keen of sight as epithets expertise, a knight who's master of mycology, and who's also instrumental in pathology.
Bryce will
I'm gonna
say,
lean over to whoever's next to me, and I'm gonna say, "Wonder if he knows those kids are like 9."
Bryce will say, "Is that a question,
It was.
Your Majesty?" And Quentin will kind of like look nervous for a bit, like he thinks he knows the answer.
If you think you have an answer, speak up.
Those are all of the noble families?
Correct. Can you name them?
The Jansons and the Silversteads, the Thin Crowns, and he kind of looks like around for help. Raven's Eyes.
Excellent. And so I give to you, first of all, the riddle of the 4 families, representing the paragon of each family in rhymed couplet. More perhaps to your liking, I also present to you the winning token of the scavenger hunt. And I will motion my seneschal forward.
He will.
And I will pull out a piece of paper and say, "This is a deed of land to a parcel within the city that I bestow to you in perpetuity."
They exchange glances again. What do we do with it?
For now, we should leave it in your parents' keeping, in your name, and they will know what best. But this is the deed of land to a farmstead in the area. Perhaps also more to your liking as well, and then a more immediate representation of winning this, and I'll reach into and pull out 2 brooches of polished riverstone as visible representation of being the winners of this, and I'll pin one on each of their chests.
They both grin when you do that.
To the victors of this year's scavenger hunt, and I'll start a round of applause.
Yeah, they will jump back up on the table.
Yeah.
You can tell both kids are clearly trying to work the crowd like they saw Bruce Manley do, but they're just kids.
Sincere will help them by putting up like fireworks and sparkles and stuff.
Yay!
Awesome.
In case anybody wanted it.
Maybe later.
All right. And Coelho? You
Yeah.
can tell that Birch is here.
Hmm? What?
What were the 4 families again for that?
The Beats, Crowns, the Silver Studs, and Raven's Eyes.
And specifically, it's about the head of each of those families. If you notice, it references.
I can tell that Birch is here.
Which would be a requisite to start the next dance, you're pretty sure.
Aha. That's sort of what I thought. If I can tell that everything else seems to be concluded, I will invite Birch to join me in initiating the Hightater Ho.
Ah, of course.
I did it.
You'll have to show us all the steps. Who don't know?
Say, you know, my great-grandfather invented this dance. It spread very quickly. I get my skills from him. I will gladly show everybody the steps to the Hightater Ho.
I
Before
missed
the dance
this
begins.
song. We haven't heard it in so long.
All right. Birch, are you going to ask someone to dance?
Yes, I will walk over to Leslie Sweetmeats, and I will say, well, hopefully you're as excellent of a dancing partner as you were of a singing partner. And he'll hold his hand up.
Yeah, she will smile and take your hand on the second try, and then put down her infinite drink mug. And stand up.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We between us will have a more or less fully drunk person dance.
Sure. Yeah, she'll dance with you, and she'll say, "You're kind of cute. Did you know that?"
I've been told it runs in my family. I don't like to think of myself that way.
Do you plan to have children someday?
Oh boy. Might be a little bit early in the day for this kind of talk.
Not today.
No, I was just curious.
Maybe one day. I like children well enough. And they seem to like me, although I think it has to do with my height more than my disposition.
I get that too sometimes. That's weird.
Yeah.
Pabrons, they
shrug.
don't get anything.
So many of them don't realize that I can, well, so many of the Pabron and such don't realize that I could probably make quite fools of them in a stand-up fight. But, it comes with the territory, I suppose.
What about intrigue? And she'll smile.
Intrigue has never been my game particularly.
That's what someone who's good at it would say. She
good
kisses you
point.
on the cheek.
I will blush appropriate. No, there's no way I can blush. I probably had enough to drink that's not possible.
She'll say,
I will.
I've heard that the royalty here are of Shakothan descent. Is that true?
Do I even know what that means?
Shakothan lowlands are where they're from, yeah. It's far to the west.
Everyone says
I
yes,
believe
but
it
it's
is.
also to the south.
I don't admittedly know much about their homeland myself. I have never been. I spent most of my time in Mandrelia until I came here.
I was just curious if you're, by any chance, harboring the legendary Lucent Black.
Lucent Black. Jeff, do I know who that is?
No, you've never heard that name before?
I'll say, not to my knowledge, but
Western
I've been
rumors
surprised
are
before.
that she heads up a network of mercenaries and merchants. They're like enemies of the Inner Sea Trading Company. People think that she might be even based out of Shakath. Because Shakath is the only nation there that doesn't trade with the Inner Sea Company.
Well, I've heard a lot of bad rumors about the Unity Trading Company, so if we are harboring this person, I think I'd like to have a chat with them.
Well, Maybe they're here already and you don't even know it.
I will start making a list of all the people with black hair.
Do you want to go hunt them down?
I'm not particularly looking forward to the next open card dance. It does sound like a pretty good time.
I think we should go try and find them.
I agree. So, Jeff.
Mm-hmm. He's definitely keeping an eye on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Do I know if he has had a dance with Donkey Lady? Baby Bunny Hop.
You don't think he has, no.
Donkey lady.
I'm going to say after this dance, I think, or maybe even currently, I bet we could slip away anytime we want. The dance seems to be doing quite well. I think I have an idea that will make our search a little bit easier.
Whoa, that sounds great.
Right? I am going to find... What's the name of the young lad that I helped earlier?
Bryce.
Bryce.
Bryce? I'm going to find Bryce.
He'll say, hey!
Hey.
He kind of
Good,
puffs out his chest where he's got a stone pinned.
I'll tap him. I'll tap him on the shoulder and I'll say, "You did good. I think you made Mr. Manley over there a little bit jealous about how well the crowd reacted to you.
Kaga
You
said,
could learn some things.
I'm a landowner now. True lord.
You own more land than I do.
Ah,
So, Mr. Landowner, I don't suppose you could deliver a message for me really quick.
I guess.
As soon as Miss Bunny Hop over there isn't occupied, could you tell her that Sir Harold Sweetmeats would be delighted to have a dance with her in for the next open card dance, and that she should come and see him after this one is done.
He kind of frowns. I don't think the girl asks that guy.
I don't think he, he's had kind of a lot to drink. I don't think he wants to walk all the way over there and let on that he might not.
You're right, he's old.
Mhm. Thank you very much. I will head back to wherever Leslie is. And I'll say, so, what have you heard that this person looks like?
Completely draped in black. They say that she has a female voice. It's the only reason anyone knows anything about her.
Tall or short?
I don't know. Probably tall-ish.
It's true. Has anyone seen her eyes?
I don't think so.
Well, I am going to start nonchalantly pointing out people and wildly speculating about whether they may or may not be the person that she's talking about.
Okay.
Until this dance is done and her father is preoccupied.
Sure. Yeah. Coelho.
Yes. I will invite Victoria to dance. That's
Sure.
what you're...
Yeah. Victoria will dance with you. She'll say, well, that was quite a show.
Oh yes, I wasn't honestly expecting anything to surprise me yet this evening, but well,
I must say, thanks to your daughter, I'm put together. One of those little shits stole one of my earrings.
well, I dare say you would have looked none the worse for the theft if it hadn't been caught, although I would hate to have seen them disappointed in their consequences of their thievery. I'm sure it wouldn't have gone unnoticed
Well,
in the crucial moment.
they're kids, I suppose. What could I have done?
Well, they're someone else's kids, I suppose. Leave the discipline, hopefully, to them.
True.
But I'm quite overtaken by the strength of the regard that all of our guests have shown. I am grateful that I am quite indemnified, I hope, in my brother's eyes, for my enthusiasm for organizing this event.
Well, I don't mean to belittle anything you've done here, but our last two new neighbors to the north were Brindessus and Poe.
And in such splendid company, I am certain that we've, well, not embarrassed ourselves at least.
I should say not. Do you know if the king wrote that poem himself, or did someone write that for him?
If our king is hiding a secret poet, I would be quite surprised.
You know, it actually reminds me a lot of home. We've dealt with quite a bit of conflict between the fiefs.
Is that so?
It's nothing that's escalated to actual casualties, but I feel as though if the nation were more united, we'd get a lot more done.
You've not given any particular indication that there's any tension, or is it more of a political and less of a interpersonal matter?
Well, I'm sure you've noticed Ben Seton isn't even represented. And, Sunsight and my family get along, I guess, the best of any pairings of the three. But, well, I guess I'm concerned. Elthir seems to have 4 or 5 major families. Even more from what I gather in the future.
That's true.
Well,
You're concerned that we're going to follow in your footsteps?
well, I hope not. I don't know how these things come about. To us, it's just how life is and how it's been generation after generation. But you have to wonder when you see people hurting each other and being crazy, how it all starts. You know what I mean?
I think I do. I've spent a very long time in Heraldon, and it's a perfectly adequate place to live for some people, but it does, if you choose not to look away, you can see some very interesting or heartbreaking things about the way people are willing to treat one another.
I've heard that about the city.
I should say that I mean, no offense to any guests that we have from there, but as I say, it's a remarkable place to be if you have even some small amount of wealth. I understand that it is somewhat ill-regarded from the outside, from those who have any capacity for mercy or sympathy for the poor and the, well, indentured.
What kind of capacity do you have, Lord Salazar?
Enough Not so much that it drove me out of the city, but enough that I'm not liable to miss it.
That seems normal, don't you think? And I don't mean unimpressive, but anyone.
I'm not seeking to impress anyone with my deep and abiding empathy, but I am glad to hear that I'm not perhaps below average in those terms.
Is that a concern of yours?
Of course. Of course. It's resting on one's laurels in terms of moral authority is the way you get, if I may be so bold as to say, in the situation that you were lately lamenting. Everybody in each of your fiefs has a different point of view, I would assume, and each one believes that they're right. And more than that, they believe that their point of view is just. It's something I believe would improve greatly if each of them was concerned with whether or not they were a good and virtuous person.
Something to a principle to guide them. Something other than what's in front of their faces.
And I like to keep those thoughts in the front of my mind while also leaving myself some room to grow.
Well,
yeah.
The evening's been lovely.
Certainly. And yeah, I will continue to dance with her and try to be charming and witty.
Good. And Phelan.
I think you might be muted again.
Probably.
You have
I think you might be
Melvin
muted.
on your card, right?
Melvin.
Melvin, the coolest guy at the party.
Yeah. You will be approached by Melvin Ravenseye. You've not formally met him. You're pretty sure he placed pretty good in the fishing competition, though he did not win.
Okay.
And
Curtsy.
yeah, he'll give you a bow. Highness, may I have this dance?
Most certainly.
And yeah, he'll dance with you. Melvin reminds you a lot of like a thinner, in-shape Brutus. Not in his mannerisms, but in his looks.
Okay.
And while you're dancing, he'll say, "Can I? Well, I guess we've never met, but I've never seen you in a dress before."
Yeah, well, appropriate for certain times. Most times, not so much.
Well, maybe that's part of who you are, but I seem to think that, well, I spend a lot of time out at the lake and just with people and really getting in the air and the people and the outdoors, and don't you think it's good for people to be free and just be able to be the kinds of people they are?
It's only natural to want to be who you are.
I'll say. And he'll kind of point a finger at you. Well, I didn't peg you as the dress-wearing type. Wouldn't you be rather wearing a set of armor right now?
That's typically what I wear, yes.
I'm just saying, society has a way of, well, not keeping people down, but expectations, this, that, the other thing.
We play our role, though. It's always a good thing.
But I figure if you're not the smoke and mirrors, then you're being fooled by the smoke and mirrors, or something like that.
I suppose so.
You can make an insight check.
Sure. I was actually just going to ask that. Like,
Yeah.
and roll a 1d2.
Yeah, with a 17, it does not take you very long of dancing with Melvin to realize that he regards himself quite highly. And really likes to talk about his views. Spends most of the dance talking about that.
She will just listen and nod and smile and probably be screaming internally.
Okay. Yeah, and as at the end of the dance, he'll say, "Just remember, sometimes you have to set yourself free. Just let it all go. You're a princess. You're a woman. You're a person."
I will always take that in consideration. Thank you for your very wise words.
Yeah, and he will he'll give you a bow, and then sort of like a like he's sarcastically bowing maybe.
And he's like, yeah, nailed it.
Just giving a genuine curtsy.
Sure.
Anybody that was probably watching her that knew her was kind of, I bet you would have been laughing at her poor misfortune. Fortune.
Yeah,
I can't talk.
you will probably eye your friend kind of smiling to herself underneath a drink. Marcos,
Yes.
you're up.
All right.
Turn your phone off.
What?
No, so work doesn't bother you.
Oh, okay. I thought my phone was going off.
No, I said turn your phone off. This way it
Oh,
doesn't
it's
bother
fine.
you.
No, I
We're
can't.
good.
It's too big of an event going on today. Okay. Anyways, is Cassandra the woman that I met when they were? She's the one that I picked out as one of the nobility that came in.
I believe so. She's the only visiting royal.
And okay, gotcha. Because I remember I brought her to meet Rutheni,
Yes.
right? So I'd be able to pick her out. I've actually met her.
Mhm.
Sure. I will make my way over to where Cassandra is.
Sure.
And I'll say, care to dance?
I'd love to.
Sure. I have to admit, I do not know the steps to this dance very well.
Nor do I, so...
I think my legs might be a little long for this one.
Oh, that hurts.
I figure we'll just assume no one else really knows, and the ones that do, they seem happy.
Well, as she says that, I will kind of give her a spin. I'm going to make up my own steps.
Yeah, she'll laugh. Well, I have to say I enjoyed the presentation. It was a little dramatic, but everyone seems to be getting along really well and happy.
Yeah, how have you been doing?
Good. I've been comfortable. I've been meeting a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Me too.
always challenging to keep all the names straight.
Yeah, I just kind of nod and smile if I don't know. It goes a long way.
It does. Until they call you on it later.
That's pretty rude of them to do that to you.
I see, so you just have to be the one that does the calling.
Mm-hmm. A good offense is the best defense, is what I've heard.
So I've heard that you are a bit of a sailor.
Oh, you have heard this?
I think a number of maidens have heard such tales.
Yeah, they have. I've been to many ports.
Ah,
Yup, he sure has. Ladies.
Of course, there's.
that's quite a claim.
I will actually name off real ports. And
Okay, sure. Yeah, you can
But that
cover
is,
with
never mind. I
knowledge.
don't need to tell you my intentions. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then she'll say, "Well, it's good to have men of the sea. Have you done much sailing recently? I'm guessing this has kept you pretty busy."
No, the last time was on our way down the river, and I have missed it ever since.
When I hear tales from those who spend their lives at the sea, many of them are happy to settle down. They're happy to be on solid land and have a consistent life, but they all regardless of whatever horrors or starvation or disease or whatever they faced out there, they all say that. They all say they miss it.
It's the freedom.
How is it freedom? I guess you're stuck on a boat for however long.
Well, you may be stuck on a ship, but you can still go anywhere you like.
I guess. Someday.
How many ships have you been on? Many trips?
Not many, no.
I know it's
Never
not for everyone.
all that far.
I know it's not for everyone, but I was sort of raised with that. Didn't really stay in one place. So you might say that it's in my blood.
Sure.
I really pushed for land near the water if we could settle. I know other people thought it would be advantageous, so it wasn't too hard of a thing to get in the group with.
That's smart.
The lake view here is very nice, and one day, hopefully, we can sail amongst the river and use that to our advantage.
Yes, we all wish we had a passage north that wasn't so guarded.
Yeah. Well, I've got a lot of stories about that port, too. Not very fun ones, though.
That's what I hear. Well, such is the world. You're never gonna have all wonderful neighbors.
That is a obstacle that is maybe not my highest priority, but I think at some point we're going to have to get everyone to get along.
Good luck.
Well, at least I know people there. That's a start.
It is. Have you been to Poe yet?
I don't think I've had the pleasure. And I'll smile my fakest smile.
I'm not sure how many people know about this. My uncle, he tries not to brag, but he was actually there the day it appeared.
Really?
Yes, he caught wind or word that there was going to be a threat, and he was there with the Archangel himself. Apparently the two of them assaulted the city.
Well, that is impressive.
It was odd, though. They came back and he wouldn't talk about it. Almost like, well, they weren't badly injured, just almost like what they found wasn't what they expected or knew how to deal with.
Well, I have to admit, I have barely passing knowledge. I don't know if it's a trip that we're going to make anytime soon. It's certainly not an ally we were hoping to make.
Oh, I don't think they invite outsiders.
How many places like Poe exist, do you think?
I don't really know. Hopefully no more than the one.
Well, hopefully we don't have very many other uninvited guests joining this world.
Yes. Well, this is Drab, and she'll smile.
Yeah, I'll try to pick up my pace a little bit.
Yeah, she'll look over at Birch, who you can tell is dancing with a very not so lucid halfling, and we should at least try.
Sure. I'll not mock it, but make a little bit of a game of it.
Sure.
Making fun of my dance.
I'm not. I'm just trying to. I'm just having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Lisa's
Ritheni.
serious.
Oh God, Rory, Jesus, stop!
Yes, I will approach Annette
Okay.
and give her a bow and ask for the dance.
Yeah, Annette will agree to dance with you. And yeah, she's very smiley. You can tell she's starting to enjoy the evening very much. And yeah, you can dance with her. She does not say anything immediately.
You seem to be enjoying this night. Can I hope that that is true?
It's all very lovely. We're in great company.
I'm glad you were able to make it.
I am too. My father wanted to come here, I'm sure, for less recreational reasons, but I'm glad to have been able to attend this dance. It's a very nice place. Perhaps if any of my father's ventures show through, we'll be able to visit again.
I'd like that. Did you have time to explore any of the places from the tour today?
Oh, well, not after or anything. I have to admit I spent a lot of time observing the festivities and competitions. It was all quite engaging.
Of course. Did you wish that you could have participated in any of them?
Oh, not so much. A lot of that's all very exciting. I like to get the opportunity to speak with people. There are a lot of new people here, a lot of new faces that I haven't seen, a lot of people with a lot of things to say. All good, of course.
Of course, of course.
Yeah. And Elthir, well, the Celisar name, of course, has a lot of things people say things about. All good, of course.
Well, yes, I'm sure. No, I know there are some who don't always appreciate my family and their interests, but in general, I hope we present ourselves amiably.
Well, you do, and it seems to me like you're trying to, well, support your own interests here, and I don't mean in a selfish way, but in a maybe your own Celisar.
Yes, that is actually at the heart of the matter. I'll give her a smile at that.
Oh. So you maybe don't get along entirely with the mainland Celisars?
No, we get along well, but I'm not as close to a lot of my family as you might expect. Not in a negative sense, just different interests.
Sure. Your father, in particular, must have, well, clearly, visually, obviously, varied interests in life.
Yes, my father does a lot of traveling. I prefer to look to my own house more than traveling the world. And I'll try to make that obvious in what I'm saying, Jeff.
Sure. And yeah, she will smile and dance with you. Rory, you can make an insight check on her.
Sure.
What is she trying to learn?
Yeah, you're not exactly sure what she's on about, but it does not feel like flirting to you.
No, I have an idea.
And yeah, she will continue to dance with you. Okay, Sincere.
Yes.
You're up.
I'm going to, do I see Celine around?
Yep, she is.
I'm gonna stroll up to her.
Okay. How tall is Sincere?
Oh boy. Not particularly tall. I think he's about 5'10". Yeah, he's
Oh, okay.
5'10".
Yeah, you're
Average. That's good.
Yep.
barely taller than her.
He's not that old, but he's probably finished.
Yeah, and she will accept a dance. And she'll say, Ebo, you haven't officially met her yet, have you?
Nope.
Okay. She'll say, well, I don't think we've exactly met, but I've heard your name. You're Lord Fendrick, correct?
Yes.
This has been quite an evening.
Yeah, I liked the middle part where the king got all those gifts.
Well, hopefully he shares them with his kingdom, but we can only hope.
Yep. Have you enjoyed your stay?
I have. My, well, my husband is supposed to be our, well, diplomat, so to speak, but it seems like I tend to do his job most of the time. So, a lot of work, a little play. But
Is this
fun.
a diplomatic dance then?
It is. You better do it correctly, or there'll be war.
I think I've learned it before.
I am very good at giving instructions. Directions.
Does
Your
Birch
guys'
say
fault
that-
you weren't paying attention.
Does Birch just say that as he's walking by?
Or just on his way to somewhere else and he'll like elbow you in the side.
And she'll say, you seem to all get along really well. It's good.
Yeah. I think we make a good team.
You're going to need it out here.
That is true. This is the first day it's been clear in a very long time. Ever
That's too
since I've
bad.
been here.
We don't get much rain at all.
Where do you live?
Canifaro.
Oh, right.
Southeast of the capital.
There's a massive coliseum there. Is that correct?
It's... Some say he's compensating. It's large.
Hot.
I very much doubt that.
You can doubt what you like. What is your role in all of this, Lord Fendrick?
I get to be the young one and hopefully just sit around and look pretty all day.
Oh, well, you seem to be doing all right.
Thank you.
What does a day as the pretty young one amount to?
I do a lot of adventuring when we're out and magical study when we're in. The world excites me.
I've never been one for magic. I guess these days it seems like I've hedged my bets.
Yeah, it's a doozy.
I'll stay safe and all that. Or not.
I am trying. Up until recently I was all blue though, so I guess safe as can be.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. This is a good reason to be happy.
Blue.
You'll laugh.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Did you enjoy your time here so far?
I did. I was pleasantly surprised by the fishing. It was, well, not overfished. It was quite fun.
Oh, yep. We haven't overfished it just yet. I saw you won. Did she win, Jeff? She won, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Fishing?
Yes, it has been a while, but I used to do quite a bit of fishing as a girl.
Oh. Are there many places to fish in Canefaro?
No, there's one lake, small town called Lake Home. We have a small place out there. Head out there when we can.
That sounds like a nice place.
Yes, if you or any of your colleagues ever find yourselves down in our area and you need a place to stay, we could put you up there if we're not currently on vacation.
Oh, thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Is there anything particularly magical or eerie about it? Because then I'll really keep it in mind.
No, it's not a creepy cabin, just a normal cabin.
Hmm.
So far as I know.
Aww.
I'm sure it's lovely.
Yeah, she will smile and continue to dance with you.
Yeah.
Um,
We'll chit chat.
she appears to catch on quick and actually is trying to do the high tater ho.
Deho, man.
Spencer's probably pretty good at it. Actually, really good at it.
Okay. And moving on, Lee. You will see that Daisy has approached Harold for the for the open card dance, and she's the first woman of the evening to be asking a man to dance.
Oh, yes.
And
Good for her.
she hits it off pretty well.
Look at Sadie Hawkins over here.
He seems not extremely smitten, but pleasantly surprised, and they will head out onto the dance floor.
Good to know. Yeah, I guess I am going to try to skip the open card dance to spend more time with Leslie Sweetmeats.
Yeah, yeah. She
Wait.
she definitely is intent on leaving the dance to look for this mysterious masked woman. And you're pretty sure she doesn't care that much about the mysterious masked woman.
I hope your owl's not in your tent.
In my no.
No, but his masks are in there.
Hoot hoot, motherfucker.
I approve this message.
Yep. Birch will make a polite and quiet exit from the dance.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that.
All right.
All right.
That's that.
That's that.
Sweet.
All right. Anyone else doing anything in the open card dance?
Yeah, Marcos is.
All
Hell
right.
yeah.
He is going to head over to Phelan.
Okay.
Was
You can
there
do that.
anybody else heading in that direction?
No.
Okay, good. I will head over to Phelan, and I will say, would you care to dance?
She'll smile and giggle and she'll curtsy. Of course.
Sure. He'll kind of put his arm out to
Yeah.
escort you onto the dance floor.
Let's go.
Yeah, so he'll dance. I missed what exactly kind of dance it is, but
Ed can tell us.
Saltarello.
Okay, I don't know what that is in real life, so
Oh, it's a lively up-tempo dance.
sure, he'll dance along.
Yeah,
Having
if he didn't know she'd guide him.
Oh no, he's fine. I
Oh.
mean, Marcos knows. Richard does not know. Anyways, yeah, he'll be like, "So you having a good time tonight?"
As best as the time can be.
Oh, come on.
Okay, maybe a little. Change of
I,
pace isn't too bad, but you know, good and bad, right?
Sure. I'm having a good time. Most of my dance has been all work, though.
Work?
Yeah, diplomat.
Yeah, you seem pretty busy, hands full.
Sure. I don't know why they gave me a book with recipes in it.
Apparently, they think you like to cook.
Yeah.
Am I
Apparently
assuming
they
you're the
think I
lady
like-
in the relationship?
Apparently they think that I like wieners or something.
Just start laughing.
Yeah, he'll laugh. I thought maybe you'd need a break because I don't think that you like these sort of things.
It's not routine. I haven't done this since the last Salazar affair, and I think it was 11, maybe younger. But by that time, I was just going in the military.
Sounds like a blast.
It's interesting when you're younger with this type of things.
You read that book yet?
Oh gosh, that's right. I meant to give it back.
You're done with it.
Yes. There's so much in it. I don't quite understand it. A giant 8-armed tentacle monster in a roaring ocean and nobody survives. How do they even write the story? If everybody dies,
I think you're missing the point.
maybe.
It's about adventure. Sometimes things don't go the way that we plan. Anyway, there was other short stories in there.
There was a bunch, but how does somebody write a story and there's no survivors? How do the stories get told if everybody's dead?
They use their imagination. Sometimes we're supposed to spend our time having a little bit of fun. That was the point.
Well, I can't say I didn't enjoy it.
Good.
It was different from the usual Red Book of War, and gosh, I just finished a book that was about
It's okay. Spare me the details.
great sword throwing.
I think that's a northerner thing.
I think it was called A Boulder's Throw Away. It was I couldn't figure it out. Why would somebody want to throw a great sword?
Believe me, I'm not equipped to throw great swords either, so I don't really understand.
I'm sorry, I'm just ranting now.
No, that's fine. I've got other novels. That's what they call them. They're not instruction manuals. They're not anything that a scholar would go out of his way to learn anything from. It's purely for entertainment.
I might just have to stop by for a few more.
Sure.
And, thank you.
Yeah, you like the break?
Did you see the last two I had? No offense to your family, but
Oh yeah, Melvin. Boy, he thinks a lot of himself.
it's like a mini Manly. You think those two were made for each other?
Well, he's more like a mini Brutus, but that's fine. I mean, I think a lot of myself, but I try not to carry myself the same way they do.
Ulrich, could you believe him?
Yeah, I'll just kind of shrug and what can you do? I mean, that's how he's raised, right? I think I got to dance with his sister. I'm trying to remember. Is Thea his sister? Is Ulrich and Thea brother and sister,
Thea
or
is his mother, I believe.
It's his mother? Oh, okay. Then that's what I would say. Anyways, yeah, I have to dance with his mother, but I don't imagine that she'll be as stiff. I don't think anyone can be as stiff as that.
How darling of you getting all the older women.
That's okay. I'm a little bit older myself. I mean, you'll notice he's not like in his teens.
No, I know. She's aware.
That's okay. It's part of the job.
Is it horrible dancing with a 15-year-old now?
I would I'd be lying if I was saying I had a bad time. I actually enjoyed every conversation I had tonight.
How many other conversations did you hear in the process? She'll raise an eyebrow.
I always keep my ears open.
I expect no less from you, Sea Stride.
I'll just pretty much continue just banter and small talk.
Yeah.
Awesome. Coelho.
Yeah.
Were you dancing for the open card dance?
Yeah, I'll see if Marielle is free.
She is.
Sure. I'll invite her to dance the swan with me.
Well, of course.
Oh, of course.
And she'll dance with you. We're old friends.
Yes, naturally, old friends who give to the outside world no irregular impression whatsoever.
Sorry?
Well, I thought I would let you know that my daughter seems to have heard a piece of gossip which she has confused for gospel and made some to-do about it to me earlier on this evening.
Oh. Sure.
It's no matter. I'm sure all is well. But I thought it might be appropriate to let you know.
I suppose at that age these sorts of things seem, I guess, more impressive or important than they really are.
Yes, I suppose I wouldn't seek to impress her in that way, but yes, I see what you mean. She thinks I'm going to do some great ill to you in a manner she's come to embellish, I think, in her long experience.
Oh, no, worry not. I've made sure that that won't happen. She'll smile sweetly to you.
Well, perhaps we're talking about the same thing or perhaps different, but I think it amounts to about the same.
She'll cocker. We both know what... I mean, we're colleagues.
I agree. Just promise that your long years won't be haunted by a broken heart.
she laughs out loud. No, in this new position, I would have to ask the same from you. It won't be too long before we will be, well, probably starting our own houses, and they are not the same house.
Yes, I had thought of that as well. I didn't, well, let's say I'm fortunate that I didn't have to be the one to say it. But as long as we're on the same course. I am a miserable cur, it would seem. At least from her perspective.
I could speak with her if you'd like.
You may do as you like, but I would perhaps see what a little time and distance perhaps will do.
You
I
might
would-
be right. I'm sure she has no shortage of people in her life telling her what a great opportunity this is.
I would hope that that observing me in the flesh would, well, give her a different impression about the type of person I am. But no, the more I think of it, the more well, I haven't done anything particularly redemptive. I did try apologizing to her.
Do you want a suggestion? If you
I
don't, it's
suppose
fine.
Well, I suppose from your experience, perhaps I will learn something.
If you're going for the overtime method, you might not get too far with grand redemptive gestures.
I didn't mean to do anything too grand. I just realized, and
I
there
like to
aren't.
think that I got where I am, obviously with your help, but by asserting that I am the person I want to be. If you want to be the girl's father, then you need to be the girl's father.
Well, yes, I see where you're going with this. But, well, we've crossed a number of landmarks already that would make some of the simpler parts of that task a little harder to approach.
I'm sure you're right.
I'm merely saying I think, well, that I can't really expect there to be any mitigating factors that really hold sway in her regard. Even though my initial appraisal of our situation was that she's got little to complain about that I haven't got as well. But that's the difference. I suppose I could stand on my draw a line in the sand and refuse to cross it, but that's what my father did.
Ah,
At least from my perspective, she seems to think he's quite a virtuous man, or quite sufficient, at least, in having been around.
well, I wish the best for you. I'm sure you know that. I will speak with her at some point. I don't think she understands who I am. At that age, she might get the wrong impression about me entirely, and we do need to work together.
That's true. I suppose it is important that we are seen being cordial and not seen behaving otherwise.
I'll let you know how that goes.
Very good.
And yes.
Yeah.
She'll continue to dance with you.
You bet.
Retheni.
Is Delinda free?
Yes, she is.
And then I will approach her and ask her for the dance.
Yeah. Delinda, she will get kind of wide-eyed and smile, and she'll say, "Of course, Your Majesty." Delinda is quite young. She's relatively attractive. She might be more attractive when she's older. but you're not really sure. She's definitely taken by the dance. She seems to be enjoying herself thoroughly this evening.
Sure. I will provide pleasant comments and very light flirting, but not anything serious.
Sure. Yeah, eventually she'll ask you, this last year, I guess, I guess it worked.
What do you mean?
We're here. We're fine. We're doing this, and you, well, you just decided to be a king, and now you are. I don't think a lot of men can make that claim.
Not a lot of men had the same amount of backing that I did either, but I know what you mean by that. It takes a lot of willpower and a lot of, to put it somewhat crudely, gumption to make that proclamation and make it stick.
I guess there's probably stories somewhere of times where it didn't stick.
I'm sure there are. For my own peace of mind, perhaps I won't look into those.
But, and I'm not saying you need to be, or we need to be recognized by anyone, but it does mean a lot to everyone. This. She'll kind of motion around.
I'm glad. I sometimes get a little bit too focused in the goal and lose sight of the present. But this was a good chance to enjoy myself and actually get more time with people.
She'll smile. Well, I hope you are enjoying yourself.
I will, as appropriate to the dance, give kind of a twirl to her and say, I very much am.
Sure. Yeah, she will giggle and kind of loosen up. You can make a perception check.
Perception, you said?
Yep.
Perceive that shit.
Or insight, whichever one. Either works.
Insight, yeah, that's a little bit better. Let's do that one.
Ah, you gave me the option, damn it.
Yeah. With a 15, Rory, as you are dancing with her and as she becomes, gradually throughout the dance a bit more flirtatious and tactile, you will notice that her brother is from time to time tactfully but keeping an eye on you.
Sure, I will give him a nod that I'm aware of what's happening. Subtly, make it known that I am being a gentleman.
Okay. Yeah, you don't notice him after that.
Yep.
And yes, she seems, you're not sure if she's more taken with you or fascinated by you, but yes.
Yeah.
Sincere open card dance.
Oh man. Are there one of the two mages there yet?
Yes. Kirdri and Lateshna are both there. I don't think either of them have danced this round.
Okay. I've met Lateshna, so I'll walk up to her.
Sure.
Would you care for a dance?
I'd love to. That's why we're here.
Has she been sitting here for a while, Jeff?
Off and on. She actually seems to have been comfortably dancing more or less every other dance.
Got it.
And she'll say, I'm not really familiar with this one.
Oh, that's okay. I will, I'll lead.
Yeah, she'll follow.
I wanted to thank you for bringing Amy Lynn along. and clearing up our mess, as it were.
You might have a bit of that reversed, but I do appreciate your thanks. It seems to be something she's more suited to than the rest of us, and I've never had any children of my own, and might be a bit forward to say I've adopted her, but I've been taking care of her for, gods, must be 4 years now. Good kid.
Well, that's good. She seems nice.
She is. I believe the term your king used was precocious.
Accurate.
Yeah. But I don't consider it any debt owed, clearing up something like that. That's what one of the things we're here for.
Well, then, I guess a simple thanks is like all I can give you.
That's all that's needed. We'll both be here for probably a week or two, depending on how she's doing. She kind of comes in and out. To get the rest of them closed, you'll have a chance to speak with her yourself if you're looking for someone to thank. She can use a little encouragement now and again. It's good for her.
Yeah. Well, she can probably teach me a lot more about those than I have so far figured out.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I guess he's just gonna chat with her a little bit, and he's gonna ask her if she's seen anything. Have you seen anything weird going on besides this? I heard something about the Northwoods being destroyed somewhat, or somewhere in it.
Northwood was hit.
Yeah, is the Northwood in the north? That's in the north, right, Jeff?
Yep.
Okay.
Certainly not in the south.
I believe Temple Luna fell almost entirely, and
Wow.
during the chaos, they were hunted. That was really unfortunate. We did what we could, but many of them died.
Was that place filled with drow?
Yes, Eolistrian Knights. I'm not sure how it's pronounced.
Right. That is too bad. I didn't know the damage was so big. I had not, obviously, when I made it out, I had not heard that it was not just a small blast.
No, I was actually present when she died. And she kind of slows her dance down a bit. It was something else, seeing rifts and gulfs open up in the world itself. Random events, just chaos. A little bit everywhere. But some places were hit harder than others. I couldn't tell you much about the Wolfwood since I've never really spent much time here. Any, actually.
Well, you're not missing much. It is raining a lot. But there are some interesting things here, at least for a person such as myself.
Well, it's one of those events that I'm sure stands out in your mind and mine and will for generations. But my biggest hope is that her sacrifice and their efforts will, in the years to come, have overall made a net difference.
Jeff,
Something positive.
Is she talking about one of the people from Temple Luna?
Oh, no. You can gather that she is referring to Midnight's death.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got really confused.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Hopefully, well, from what it looks like, the world is starting to rebuild itself, so that at least has to be good.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she will keep dancing with you.
Sure.
And Coelho, would you like to announce the last dance?
Yes, the last official dance is the Lover's Step.
Okay. This song is for Birch, but we can play it for
To
the
the imagination. Oh
lovers.
my god. Well,
Wait.
he's stepping, but he ain't playing this dance. He's doing a horizontal mambo.
All right.
Yes.
The mini man mom.
So Birch is off in his own universe for this dance,
Gwendolyn is very sad and lonely.
and we will assume that he's having a good time hunting down this mysterious person.
Little man in a canoe.
Coelho?
Yes. Who the hell is Nicole? I'll find her.
Yeah, you can find Nicole, and you're pretty sure she's a local. You don't know her very well. She's wearing kind of a okay dress, and yeah, you're pretty sure she's not attached to one of the major families.
Yes, I will invite her to dance.
Yeah, she will blush heavily and then take your hand, but she doesn't say anything.
Well, may I ask, where are you from?
Oh, I'm from down south. Here and there, moved around a lot.
Uh-huh.
Yourself?
I'm from Chakath originally, lately of Heraldon. So, what brings you, what drew you to this community?
Well, Heraldon is hard. I mean, this is hard, but in a different way. I felt like this was an opportunity to do my own work and make my own progress and just live my own life. Heraldon, you're always living part of someone else's life and getting a little bit something for it. Didn't really like that.
Huh. That's true. I think you're right. I'm trying to think of anyone in Heraldon who's driving their own life's path.
Well, I'm sure some of them are here.
Well, yes, I suppose you're right, but even still, there's a certain encumbrance, I think, that comes with celebrity. I'll sort of glance at Harold, or with institutional attachment.
Well, the way I figure it, in my lifetime, I won't have to deal with too much of that here. Maybe some, but for now, it's just us out here, and it seems nice.
That's true. It is nice. I think it will continue to be nice as long as we all stay together, stay focused. I think we'll have something very good here.
Hope so.
Yeah, I'll probably make idle chat and try to be charming.
Yeah, she seems to be very positive. Maybe a bit too, I don't want to say wise, but a bit too learned for her age. Like you gather, like she's very happy to be here and has maybe seen some stuff.
How old is she?
About 20.
Okay.
About 5.
Yeah, I'll generally just continue bantering and trying to be pleasant company.
Sure. Phelan, you will be approached by Harrison Jansen.
Another poor soul.
Harrison Jansen is
I don't think there are any more Jansens, actually.
I think this is the first Jansen to dance on the
Hey,
list.
the only one I
Just
know
dance
is
a Jansen?
Reginald
Dancing the
and
dancing.
Reginald and Benson.
Jansen.
Harrison looks like he's maybe a couple of years older than you, and he will
Watch him get down. Watch him.
walk up to you and very appropriately offer to dance.
Yeah, she'll smile and do the usual curtsy.
Yeah, you will clearly tell that he has, Reginald doesn't so much, but he has a very thick Mindrelian sort of accent. Some of his words have a bit of a twang to it. And, yeah, he'll say, have you been enjoying your evening, Princess?
Oh, most certainly. About you? Yes?
Yes, it's been very nice. A bit more than I really expected.
How so?
Well, I was a bit worried we were going to be able to pull it all together. So many guests, so many people, but everyone just sort of pitched in, and it's been a wonderful time.
It's amazing what people do when they rise together.
Yeah. He kind of looks like he's a bit. That was it. That's all he had, and then he'll. Do you,
So I guess we danced for like 10 more minutes, right?
do you keep up on current events at all?
For the most part, yes. It's been a little hard since we've been out here, but, you know, rumors do tend to present themselves from time to time.
Well, I don't know if you've my original homeland back in Mindrelli. I don't know if you heard, but well, you know, we're here tonight. Clearly, King Ranthani's dancing with a lot of ladies. I'm sure you've noticed.
Not hard to notice.
Yeah.
Trying to keep your hands off of them a little bit is a bit of work, but I'm keeping them in check.
Did you hear that the Mindrelli King is going to be taking a literal dragon for a bride?
Jeff Phelan's at least knows a bit what's going on with Mindrelli on that side of it.
You've probably at
Because
least
of
heard
Ranthani.
that. Yeah, that's a tough rumor not to have heard.
Yeah. So I heard.
I actually met her once. I didn't know who she was. Just
Does she have a name?
Atiki?
Attica.
Yeah, it's a strange name, but she looked elven or something like that, so I just chalked it up to that.
Interesting. Does she hail from anywhere in particular beforehand?
The north, I guess. Maybe somewhere up in, I don't even know where. But far north. Like, snows all year type north.
How did the people react?
It was, strange at first. But anyone who spoke with her, she managed to turn it around.
Well, then that's good. Certainly it's not everybody's particular cup of tea, but if it's something good, and it's not always the victor that moves the heart of the people, so...
What, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of woman do you see your uncle ending up with?
I can't say. I just hope he finds what he's looking for. I mean, that's all anybody could ever want if they're truly looking for love. And a partner, and I hope it's somebody that works well for him.
And you?
Me? I've got some time before that, I'm sure.
You do.
And a bit of my hands full, to be honest.
But what good is time if you don't use it to at least think things through?
That is true. Time is always of the essence.
Well, it's been a lovely dance. And he'll give you a
It
bow.
has. She'll curtsy.
Let's see here. Marcos.
Yeah, I gotta hunt down some mom.
Chasing that tail.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to ask Thea to dance?
Of course I will.
Okay. Yeah, Thea will accept the dance.
Could you describe Thea to me? Because I don't think I had the pleasure yet.
Yeah, Thea's maybe in her mid to late 30s. She has relatively unassuming appearance, lighter brown hair and eyes. She's wearing a nice dress, though. She looks like a very well put together noblewoman.
And she's here only with her children?
She is. Sunsights are one of the 3 fiefs of Kanefaro, so she's kind of with the other people from Kanefaro.
Well, that's I know that, but I guess would you allow me to roll a history check, even though I have it with no intelligence to add, because I don't understand why I'm dancing with a woman who has children on the lover's step, unless the father died or something like that. And
Yeah, you can roll that.
There we go.
You have not heard anything about her husband dying, but you're pretty sure she's married.
Okay. I will. Sure, I will ask her to dance, as we said, and and take her out to the dance floor for a slower dance.
Yeah.
Sure.
You can dance with her. She'll ask you. So, I earlier.
I'll raise my eyebrows.
Excuse me. I
Oh
just
no!
had to get
please.
this off my chest. I
Sure.
earlier danced with Lord Fendrick.
Right.
Has he been here this whole time?
Oh yeah. I mean, he didn't always look like that, but
Oh.
he's been here the whole time.
I know his mother.
Really?
Small world, right?
You tell him that?
She doesn't. I did. They don't live anywhere near here.
Well, he comes from a noble family.
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, they're a quite respected family of Northwood.
Right. Do you find your way that way often? Ever?
From time to time, I try to visit at least once every 2 or 3 years, as everything permits.
I'm trying to remember, but isn't Sincere like 16 or 18 or something like that?
He's a teenager, yeah.
Okay. Sure. Well, that is. What are the odds?
I know. Well, he seems to be growing into a nice young man.
Yeah, we're gonna see if the jury is still out on that one or not. No, I'm just kidding. He actually he does pretty well.
To be young.
Yeah. Well, I know that that's gonna wear off sooner or later.
It always does.
It's one of those ultimate truths. If only I knew someone that knew how to turn back time.
Oh.
Is there something you wish to go back and change, Marcos?
Oh, I just mean to continue to stay young. To stay young forever.
You could just stay forever at the sea.
Boy, that would keep me young, wouldn't it?
In a way.
Do you travel a lot?
I do. I'd love to.
Wait, do you know any of my family then?
I've met some sea strides. Not, she looks a bit embarrassed. Not enough of them to give you a name. But I think I've been to parties where they were present.
Oh, I see. If you didn't know, I'm actually related to the Raven's Eyes as well.
Oh.
Did you know any of them?
I never attended any events that they were invited to.
That's probably for the best. But you attended this one.
Yes, so first for everything.
Yeah, first for everything.
And
Yes.
the sir over there is it's quite something.
Yeah, the one that lost his pants.
Yes, I'm sure there's a story behind that, and I don't really want to hear it.
Oh, it's fine. I don't blame you. The story that I really don't want to know is how they gained the pants.
Those two seem to have a trick or two up their sleeves.
They act as if they've known each other for some time.
It's really strange. I guess that's a good sign for all of us.
Sure. Well, I'll have you know that you are all welcome here anytime.
That's good to know. Maybe next time I travel up north, I'll be able to make a stop here.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Actually, I'm really hoping that we see a lot of the attendees here again.
And yeah, Thea will dance pleasantly with you.
Sure.
Rithini.
Yes, I will try to find Victoria
Okay.
and ask her to dance.
Yeah, you can do that. Ba-dum-bum. Yes, Victoria will agree to dance with you. I think she has a pretty busy card.
I think she's been in not every, but a lot of them.
Yes.
No, she hasn't. She wasn't in the first 3.
Anyway, yeah, she will dance with you for sure, though, and she looks like the evening is maybe wearing on her a little, and but she will give you a sweet smile.
Been a bit of a long day.
It has, for you especially, I'm sure.
Well, long but not unpleasant. It's been a very good day, actually.
I suppose all in one day you've judged a number of competitions and sworn a very personal and binding oath and had a visit from a rival deity, and then you've hosted all of us, which I'm sure was a feat to rival all of those things.
Well, let's say that almost every one of those was filled with its own pleasure.
Well, that's good.
With the sole exception, I think, better not named.
Yes. Well, what direction do you see Elthier going from here? This is all quite nice, but I'm sure you have plans.
I do indeed. There's a few things that we need to work on immediately, of course. We need to start setting the groundwork for the city more in place, more permanent structures for people to live in would be nice. I mean, it's all good to stay in a tent for a while, but we'll have houses soon constructed. And we need to have a temple built, and there's a lot of stuff to do, but it's proceeding apace.
And you mean a temple to the Red Knight?
Well, that is my interest for that, but I don't discourage other Good aligned
That's
religion.
not what I'm saying. I don't know much about her, and I'm not asking for a sermon, but there's the Triad is very much the prevailing religion. Those three, where I'm from, but I believe the Red Knight is respected. I just wow. What is it that made you choose to follow her path?
I like looking at the long-term picture, the long strategy, consideration of not just what to do today or tomorrow or a week from now, but how that will benefit others a year, 10 years, generations in the future. And you may know some about some of the other deities related to battle are much more commonly associated with a victory or winning or prowess on the field, and her concerns deal with strategy, deal with that same long-term perspective.
So, how to win the life after you win the war?
Yes, she teaches us that during a war we should plan for the time when we're no longer at war. And when we start something new like this, of course, there'll be others that will disagree, and we should plan for the worst while we're experiencing the best.
Well, those seem like noble concerns. I have to admit I don't spend much time praying myself.
It's not for everyone, and it's not something that I would ever ask or demand of another person. It's a personal issue.
Your brother seems very worldly.
Yes, he's it's good to be back with him. We've had spent some time apart.
Look at that smirk. Look at that smile. Aw.
It's good to hear people, so many people concerned about a virtuous future.
Yes, I'm glad that so many people feel at least in line with the way I do.
It's a weird time to be starting something like this, but in a way it's a perfect time, or a sensible time. The world has shattered what a lot of people think about things, and I guess when people have so freshly seen the horrors of the world, it becomes easier to band together, and the true path gets a bit more obvious.
The recent troubles have shown more than anything else to me that the world is an uncertain place, and it's the alliances we make and the choices that we make in banding together that will lead to a better future.
Well, I hope what my brother said. We are rooting for you, and I do hope that our nations are able to form one such alliance someday.
I hope for that as well.
You also might watch out for my brother. He seemed quite taken with your niece.
Well, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
I suppose there are worse outcomes. Alright. And Sincere.
Yes. It's me and Chatty Cathy.
Hey, send her over to my place after you're done.
We can quiet that mouth of hers.
Oh,
My God, guys.
Got some secrets to spill.
that is not okay.
What? It's coffee and tea.
You're
Fuck
going
that
to
shit.
ask Annette to dance?
You guys are pervs.
Yep.
Alright. Yes, Annette seems to have no lack of energy, and she will very gladly dance with you.
We'll see about that.
And Yes, she'll say, oh, well, it's a shame it's almost over. I've been enjoying the night. So many people. I don't know how any of you keep it all straight. And she'll kind of giggle.
That's very difficult. It has been a really good night, though. The dance has been so far spectacular.
Sure. Lord Fendrick, what is it your specialty, your business, your vocation? I have to say I've heard things about many of the lords, but you seem to be a bit of a mystery.
Magical study.
Magical study.
And I've kept a lot of time scouting out the area for anything interesting.
Well, that's all well. Anything you found that might be well, interesting in a personal or just sort of a interesting way?
You know, there were some hot springs that I found that were pretty nice.
Who is in the hot springs?
Who was in the hot springs?
Sorry?
Who was in the hot springs?
Oh, they're uninhabited or disused.
Yes.
Oh.
We just found them on our trip here.
Oh, well. That's probably good for you.
Yeah, neat, huh?
That is neat.
He's just gonna talk around her questions.
Yeah, she'll try to get you to give her something juicy, and you can give her things that are true or interesting, but not damning, if you would like.
Yeah, he's going to be very flirtatious if that goes over well.
You know, I studied in Heralded.
And yeah, and that's it. He's gonna try to see if he can take her mind off of all of the heavy gossipy.
Oh, yeah, you can charm her and get her a bit out of her element, and she will maybe for a moment enjoy the evening in the way everyone else does.
Sure.
And then things will come to a close. Things kind of die out, people go their separate ways, they go the way of the High Tater, and yeah.
The way of the High
Galen
Tater.
goes back to guard duty.
You know how those high tater men are.
Yeah.
Yeah, pose.
Alright.
Don't mean a lot of halflings here.
I would go and congratulate Coelho on such a well-planned dance.
Well, I can't take all of the credit.
The correct
I'm
answer
sure you
was,
can.
yes, I did an excellent job.
Yay me.
I think this whole thing went over very well.
Yes, I do too.
Made a lot of diplomatic ties, a lot of friends.
Yes, I think it was quite a success.
You seem tuckered out.
Question is, who did Ritheni choose?
The
warm
world
his
may
bed
never
that
know.
evening.
Or who chose him, actually, may be the way to...
Or how
Do it.
many should be the question.
Well, that's a pretty big bunk.
It's a pavilion tent.
He's
That's
got one of
right.
those like little number taker things where you just kind of
I'll be sure to
now
report it
serving.
early in the morning.
Okay.
I have a seneschal esquire and a scribe to assist in not being disturbed.
So this will be the end of the sort of first arc of this game, where you guys have founded your kingdom and become familiarized with your own characters and the political world around you and your people and such like that. However,
We all stayed up all night to get lucky.
the
Yep.
the rest of the world is Still chugging along at whatever pace it is. And partially thanks to my good friend Sean, today I'm going to read something off for you guys to sort of put a capstone on this arc and prepare us for next year.
Thanks to your good friend Sean.
Sean who?
Arc 1, Epilogue. In the year to come, word of Elthyr would travel far and wide. The struggle to found a settlement in their own eyes, in the eyes of their people, and now in the eyes of the world was over. A beacon of light was born in the center of darkness, but bright-eyed allies were not the only ones taking notice. A middle-aged noblewoman kneeled over her husband's deathbed. He drew breath only slightly, as deep orange spell scars slowly undulated across his body. A voice interrupts her petitions. I may have an answer for you, if you stop praying, that is. The woman turns around to see a beautiful Irenes standing across from her. The spell scars seem to take each person differently. It's a shame you can't find any Ferrocor balm in Castleport. With that, he might even live through it. The Irenes reveals a small wooden container. The woman's shoulders slump, but she guiltily accepts the gift. Keshrin, what more could you possibly want from me? While a soul will be everything after your life, you still have more you can give now, and this will be pleasant. See, your son yet lives. I'm going to need you to pay him a visit. A fresh corpse, drained of all color, hits the floor. The Archmage turns to the footsteps behind him. Master, I've learned who she is now. The Archmage wipes off his face. Who? It's the little girl traveling with them. They already left, but it looks like they'll be back. Why? She seemed quite fond of a certain associate of yours, actually. And your cover? Solid. They have no idea where my true loyalties lie. Two Pabern rappel down the side of a massive rift dividing an old forest. I feel like we've descended for miles. This is just scary. Just what treasure do you expect to find buried in Cerulean? I told you, I saw a flash of silver in the sky when the world broke apart. I'm betting it was here. They finally reach the bottom, and coins shift under their feet as they jump down. Jason looks at his skeptical friend. See? Whoa, what is that? Jason lifts an object from the ground. What's what? Jason turns stiffly to his friend. The Drow are a mere shadow of their former selves. Humans are the future. I know this now. Jason? Are you okay? Put that down. Jason casts a flurry of powerful divination spells. Jet black spell scars rip across his flesh, but he cackles as much as he screams. Jason, stop! How are you even doing that? We go east. There we will find a suitable replacement. She has kin. Lady General Zaffrey walks across the large courtyard, inspecting a contingent of soldiers. It's a start, but we'll need many more. A wispy shadow form of a dragon responds. That only takes time, and gives our allies a chance to search for their messiah. Zaffrey scoffs. We will hedge no bets on that venture. But it's irrelevant. The Wolfwoods are dangerous, and an unknown. The Shade responds. Are you afraid of some trees, Lady General? Zaffrey wipes a hand through the wispy shade. No, just practical. Our first target will be the Swamp City. Once the channel is under our control, then we will snuff out the Red Knight.
Do we get that in writing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll post that in writing for you.
Hot stuff.
So the next arc is I would like to pass a sizable amount of downtime.
Yeah.
At least a year. What I plan to do in exchange to make that more practical, since the kingdom building can get a little out there, is that I would like to allow you guys to bank hex claims up to a year's worth, if you care to, so you can kind of decide when you want to explore and when you want to kingdom build. And you can do those in chunks if you want, which seems to be more fun for everyone. So
Okay.
I actually really want to do a bunch of kingdom turns.
Yeah.
Well,
I've been wanting to do for a while.
Actually, Jeff, I have a question that I want to ask you.
And before you guys leave, Lee, I would like a D300 from you, and Rory, I would like a D1000 from you.
T1000?
T1000.
It's not working.
Do it, Lee.
It's not working.
Do it again.
It's T1000.
Yeah.
All is good in the hood.
I remember when Ed had to roll a D1000.
And then he
Alright, well, I'm gonna go to bed.
Thanks for playing, man. Good night.
Night, Ed.
For anyone watching on the stream, that ends Arc 1, and thanks for watching, and we'll be back next year.
Bye.
Good job. Did we get any experience?